The night the queen devoured the heart of the mermaid, the ocean wept. Waves crashed against the shores of Zuma, rising higher than they ever had before, as if the sea itself could feel the horror that had been committed. The wind howled through the kingdom's towering palm trees, carrying whispers of vengeance, but inside the palace, deep within the queen's hidden chamber, there was only silence. Soraya knelt over the altar, her trembling fingers drenched in warm blood. The mermaid's lifeless body lay before her, eyes wide and empty, her once shimmering tail dull and motionless. The queen's breath came in ragged gasps, her lips stained red, her heart pounding like a war drum. It was done. The forbidden ritual. The greatest sin. For years, she had prayed for a child, begged the gods for mercy as the king turned cold, as her place in the palace crumbled like sand beneath the tide. And when the gods refused her, she had turned to something darker. Something older. The sea witch had warned her, a life taken from the ocean is a debt that can never be repaid. But Soraya had not listened. She had sliced into the mermaid's chest with her own hands, had feasted on flesh still laced with magic. And now, the power burned inside her. A child would come. A prince. She had one. But far beyond the palace walls, beneath the dark waves of the ocean, something had awakened. A debt had been written in blood, and the sea never forgot. Before we dive deeper into this epic tale, we'd love to know where you are watching from. Tell us in the comments. And if you love high-stakes fantasy filled with mermaids, magic, love, and sacrifice, don't just watch, be part of our adventure. Like this video, share it with someone who loves powerful stories, and hit that subscribe button, because tomorrow, we've got an extra special story lined up for you, and trust me, you won't want to miss it. The drums of the palace beat slow and heavy that night, their echoes rolling through the stone corridors like distant thunder. Outside the great walls of Zuma, the kingdom slept beneath a sky littered with silver stars. The ocean stretched beyond the cliffs, dark and endless, whispering secrets to the wind. But within the king's palace, there was no peace. Queen Soraya sat alone in her chambers, staring at the flickering light of the oil lamp before her. The golden glow did little to warm her skin or the cold emptiness in her heart. She was once the jewel of the kingdom, the woman King Toby had chosen above all others. Her beauty was the kind that made men silent in awe, her voice like the gentle rush of river water over smooth stones. But beauty alone was not enough. A queen was expected to bear sons, to bring forth the future of the kingdom. And Soraya had failed. It had been 6 years since she first lay beneath the king, 6 years of prayers, potions, and desperate pleas to the gods. And yet, her belly had never swelled with life. Now, another woman carried the king's hopes. Queen Naomi. Soraya did not hate her. No, hatred would be too simple. But jealousy. Oh, how it burned in her like a slow fire. A knock sounded at her door. Not hurried. Not hesitant. She knew who it was before she even turned. "Enter," she said, her voice steady. The door creaked open, and there he stood, King Toby. Tall and broad-shouldered, he was a man carved from the very mountains that surrounded Zuma. His dark skin gleamed like polished ebony in the dim light, his sharp jaw set with the hardness of a man who had no patience for weakness. Once, he had looked at her with warmth. Now, his eyes were nothing but stone. "You sent for me, my king." Soraya's voice was soft, controlled, but she did not rise. He stepped into the room, his royal robes brushing the marble floor. "I will be brief," he said. "There is no longer a need for you to visit the temple priests. The gods have made their choice." The words cut her deeper than any blade. Soraya folded her hands in her lap. "The gods," she echoed, tilting her head slightly. "The gods," he repeated, "have blessed Queen Naomi." Soraya swallowed the bitterness in her throat. "And what of me?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. King Toby studied her for a long moment, then let out a slow breath. "You will always have a place in this palace, Soraya. but I will no longer wait for something that will never come. Something that will never come. Her hands clenched into fists beneath the folds of her silk gown. You once told me that I was the love of your life, she whispered. I once believed it, Toby admitted. But love is not enough. A king needs heirs. The kingdom must have a future. A sharp silence stretched between them. The flames of the oil lamp flickered, casting his face in shifting shadows. Finally, he turned toward the door. You will be treated with respect, Soraya, he said. But you are no longer my hope. And with that, he was gone. The moment the door shut behind him, Soraya felt her control shatter. Her breath came quick and shallow, her chest rising and falling in quiet gasps. Her hands trembled as she pressed them against her belly, her cursed, empty belly. I will not be cast aside like an old garment, she thought, rage rising in her throat like bile. There had to be a way. If the gods had abandoned her, then she would find power elsewhere. Even if it meant stepping beyond the boundaries of what was natural. Even if it meant walking a path of darkness. Even if it meant taking what was never meant to be hers. The next morning, Soraya sat in the temple, kneeling before the palace seer. The air smelled of burning incense, thick and heady, filling her nostrils as she bowed her head. Golden statues of the gods stood around them, their carved faces watching as if listening. The seer, an old man with milky white eyes, regarded her in silence. His hair was gray as storm clouds, his robes embroidered with ancient symbols. You have come with a heavy heart, he murmured, his voice raspy. Soraya's hands tightened in her lap. Tell me, she said, is there no way? No prayer, no offering that can make me a mother. The seer sighed. Queen Soraya, the gods have spoken. The path has been laid. Soraya lifted her gaze, eyes burning with unshed tears. I do not accept that, she said firmly. There must be something. Anything. The old man studied her, his face unreadable. After a long silence, he leaned forward. There is a path, he said. Hope flared in Soraya's chest. Tell me, she urged. But the seer shook his head. It is not a path the gods approve of. Soraya's pulse quickened. I will do whatever it takes, she whispered. The seer's cloudy eyes searched her face. The ocean is older than the gods, he said. And there are powers beneath the waves that answer only to themselves. Soraya's breath caught. The sea witch, she murmured. The seer nodded. She grants what should not be granted. But her gifts are never without cost. Soraya's hands curled around the fabric of her dress. Where can I find her? The seer's expression darkened. Some doors, once opened, cannot be closed. I do not care, Soraya said. The seer studied her one last time, then let out a slow breath. At the cliffs, where the ocean meets the black stones, there is a path that leads beneath the waves. Follow it when the moon is at its fullest. His voice grew quieter, almost a whisper. If you still have a soul by the time you return, consider yourself lucky. Soraya closed her eyes, a slow, determined smile spreading across her lips. Soon, she would have a son. Even if it meant making a deal with the darkness beneath the sea. The great kingdom of Zuma lay in uneasy slumber, but Soraya did not sleep. She stood alone on the cliffs, the wind whipping her long, dark braids behind her. The silver moon, full and swollen, cast a ghostly glow upon the restless sea. Waves crashed against the jagged black rocks below, sending white foam hissing into the air. Soraya wrapped her cloak tighter around her shoulders, her heart hammering in her chest. This was the place. The palace seer's words echoed in her mind. At the cliffs, where the ocean meets the black stones, there is a path that leads beneath the waves. She stepped closer to the edge. The air was thick with the scent of salt and something else, something ancient and powerful. And then, she saw it. A narrow path of dark, glistening stones, stretching downward toward the sea. The waves should have swallowed it, but they did not. It was as if the ocean held its breath, waiting for her to step forward. Soraya hesitated. A part of her whispered that this was madness. That she should turn back, beg the king for forgiveness, and accept her fate. But another part of her, stronger, more desperate, pushed her forward. She took her first step. The wind howled around her, but she did not stop. Step by step, she descended, the roar of the waves growing louder. The path wound deeper, twisting into the rocks like a serpent's spine. And then, darkness. She gasped as the world around her shifted. The night sky vanished, swallowed by a thick mist. The crashing waves faded into silence. The air grew damp and cold, heavy with the scent of seaweed and brine. Soraya turned, but the path behind her was gone. She was no longer in the world of men. A low, raspy voice slithered through the silence. "You have come to my realm, Queen of Zuma, but do you know the price of what you seek?" Soraya spun around. Before her stood the sea witch. She was unlike anything Soraya had ever seen. Her skin was the color of deep water, shifting like liquid under the dim glow of strange blue lanterns. Long, gnarled fingers curled like the twisted roots of a drowned tree. Her hair, tangled with seaweed and shells, moved as though carried by an unseen current. And her eyes, black as the abyss, held secrets older than the gods. Soraya swallowed her fear. "I know why I am here," she said, forcing her voice to remain steady. "I have come to ask for a son." The sea witch tilted her head, a slow, eerie smile curling her lips. "A son," she echoed. "Many women come to me seeking children, but few dare to pay my price." Soraya clenched her fists. "I will pay whatever it takes." The sea witch circled her, trailing a long, clawed finger through the mist. "And if the cost is your soul," she whispered. Soraya hesitated, but only for a moment. "I do not care." The witch let out a low, hissing chuckle. "Oh, how sweetly desperation sings." She stopped in front of Soraya, her black eyes gleaming. "Very well. I shall grant you the power to bear a son." Soraya exhaled in relief, but the witch lifted a long, bony finger. "But you must bring me the heart of a mermaid." Soraya froze. A mermaid. She had heard tales of them, beings of great beauty and sorrow, daughters of the ocean who sang to the moon. They were sacred, untouched by mortal hands. She felt the weight of the witch's gaze. "Life cannot be created from nothing," the sea witch said. "A child of the land must be bought with a life from the sea." Soraya's breath hitched. "You mean I must kill one?" The witch's grin widened. "Yes." Soraya's stomach twisted. Was this truly the price of motherhood? The king's words echoed in her mind. "You are no longer my hope." Her hands curled into fists. She had no choice. "I will do it," she whispered. The sea witch let out a soft, pleased sigh. "Then go, Queen of Zuma. Take a blade, take your resolve, and take what does not belong to you." The mist swirled around Soraya's feet, pulling her backward. The world shifted again. And then she was standing on the cliffs once more. The wind roared in her ears. The sea stretched before her, dark and endless. Soraya closed her eyes. Tomorrow, she would find a mermaid. And tomorrow, she would take its heart. The marketplace was alive with color and sound. Fishermen laid out their catch, their voices rising above the chatter of buyers. Spices perfumed the air, mixing with the scent of salt and roasting yams. Soraya walked through the crowd, her golden veil hiding her face. She had sent her servants away. This task, this sin, was hers alone. Her fingers tightened around the small dagger hidden in her robes. She had spent the morning asking the old women by the docks where mermaids could be found. Most laughed, shaking their heads. But one, an old fisherwoman with cloudy eyes, had whispered a name. There is a lagoon beyond the cliffs where the waters glow at night. The mermaids go there to sing beneath the moon. Soraya had listened carefully. But be warned, my queen, the old woman had said, her voice heavy with warning. Mermaids do not die like humans. If you spill their blood, the ocean will remember. Soraya ignored the old woman's words. By nightfall, she stood at the edge of the glowing lagoon. The water shimmered like liquid stars, reflecting the golden moon above. And then, she heard it. A song. Soft, sweet, and sorrowful, rising from the waves. Soraya's breath caught. The mermaid appeared like a dream, her skin a deep shade of blue, her hair long and flowing like sea foam. Her eyes, large and bright, held the sadness of the ocean. She rested on a smooth rock, singing to herself, unaware of the danger that lurked nearby. Soraya's fingers curled around the hilt of her dagger. The mermaid turned, startled. Their eyes met. Soraya's heart pounded. The mermaid smiled, so innocent, so trusting. "Are you lost?" she asked, her voice as soft as the waves. Soraya swallowed hard. She could still turn back. She could still choose another path. But then she thought of King Toby. Of Naomi. Of the empty place beside her at the royal table. Her grip tightened. The mermaid's smile faded as she saw the glint of the blade. Soraya struck. The lagoon's waters turned red. The ocean went silent. And in the distance, the waves began to rise. The moment the blade pierced the mermaid's chest, the lagoon seemed to exhale a deep, sorrowful sigh. The mermaid gasped, her bright eyes widening in shock and betrayal. A single tear slipped down her cheek, shimmering like a drop of liquid silver. Then, her body jerked, her delicate fingers grasping at Soraya's wrist in one last, feeble attempt to hold onto life. Soraya could feel the mermaid's heart beating beneath her palm, strong at first, then weaker, weaker, until finally, it stopped. A deafening silence fell over the lagoon. The waves, once gentle, recoiled in horror. The glow of the water dimmed, as though the very soul of the sea had been wounded. Even the wind that had whispered through the trees held its breath. Soraya's own breath came in ragged gulps as she pulled the blade free. The mermaid's body slid from the rock and into the water with barely a ripple. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the lagoon screamed. A wave of energy pulsed outward, shaking the ground beneath Soraya's feet. The water darkened, shifting from its peaceful glow to an angry, swirling black. Thunder rumbled overhead, though the sky had been clear just moments before. Soraya's fingers trembled as she reached into the water and pulled free the mermaid's heart. It was warm, still full of stolen life. She clutched it to her chest, forcing herself to breathe. "It is done." The sea witch's voice slithered into her mind, though she was nowhere to be seen. "Now, Queen of Zuma, return to your palace. The child you long for will soon take root in your womb. But know this." The water churned violently as if the ocean itself was listening. The ocean never forgets. Soraya turned and fled, the mermaid's blood staining her hands. Months passed. The king was overjoyed when the news came. Queen Soraya was with child. The palace erupted in celebration. Musicians played through the night, drums beat in rhythmic praise, and the people of Zuma rejoiced at the long-awaited miracle. The king, forgetting all the years of his coldness, visited Soraya's chambers every night, pressing a hand against her growing belly with something that almost resembled love. Queen Naomi, heavy with her own child, watched in silence. And far beyond the palace, the ocean churned. Then, on the night of the child's birth, the storm came. The sky split open with a crack of thunder, and the wind howled like a beast unleashed. Rain poured from the heavens in torrents, flooding the city streets within moments. The waves crashed against the cliffs of Zuma, rising higher than they ever had before, slamming against the walls of the palace like a vengeful hand demanding entry. Within the palace, Queen Soraya screamed. The midwives rushed around her, their faces pale with fear, whispering prayers to the gods. But Soraya was beyond prayer. Pain racked her body, unlike anything she had ever known. It felt as if the ocean itself was inside her, twisting and writhing, trying to claw its way out. And then, at the height of the storm, a cry pierced the air. A son. A prince. Soraya, drenched in sweat, let out a gasping sob of relief. But the moment the midwife placed the child in her arms, a sharp chill ran through the room. The storm outside stilled. The thunder silenced. The wind ceased. Even the waves seemed to freeze mid-crash. For a brief, eerie moment, the world held its breath. The midwife, who had helped deliver dozens of royal children, swallowed hard. She was afraid. Because the child, Prince Omari, had eyes as black as the deepest part of the ocean. King Toby entered the room just as the storm broke into silence. His royal robes were soaked from his hurried journey through the palace, his strong jaw set with worry. But when he saw the child in Soraya's arms, his fear melted away into something deeper, pride. "A son," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "A prince." Soraya, still breathless, smiled weakly. "Our son." The king stepped closer, gazing down at the child. The boy's tiny hands curled into fists, his dark lashes fluttering against his cheeks. He was beautiful. And yet, something about him felt strange. His skin was soft, his breathing steady, but when the king looked into his son's eyes, a shiver ran down his spine. It was like staring into the depths of the ocean, deep, dark, and unknowable. The child turned his head toward the king, blinking once. And in that moment, the sound of rushing water filled the king's ears. He swayed slightly, gripping the edge of the bed to steady himself. It was as if he had been pulled beneath the waves, surrounded by a vast emptiness. Then, as quickly as it had come, the sensation vanished. King Toby exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Perhaps it was exhaustion. The night had been long, the storm had been fierce. He reached out and placed a firm hand on his son's tiny chest. "You will be strong," he declared. "You will be a king greater than I." And the baby smiled. A deep, knowing smile. Outside, the ocean whispered. And far beneath the waves, something stirred. The palace should have been filled with joy. The birth of a prince was always a cause for celebration, and the kingdom of Zuma had waited many years for this moment. But beneath the surface of the laughter and feasting, an unease slithered through the air like mist before a storm. It began with whispers among the servants. The storm vanished the moment the prince was born. I saw the child's eyes. Have you ever seen eyes so dark? Like the deep sea. The ocean was angry that night. I heard it calling. The midwife who had delivered the child refused to speak of what she had seen. She retired to her chambers that very night and was not seen again for days. Even the animals in the palace seemed to sense it. The king's hunting dogs, fierce beasts that feared no man, refused to enter the queen's chambers. They growled low whenever the prince was carried past them, their tails tucked between their legs. The palace cats hissed and fled whenever the baby's cradle was near. But worst of all, the ocean had not calmed. Though the storm had disappeared the moment Omari took his first breath, the sea remained restless. The tides were higher than they had ever been. Fishermen who had sailed these waters their whole lives claimed the currents had changed, pulling harder toward the deep. And then came the disappearances. First, it was a fisherman. His boat was found drifting near the shore, its nets tangled and torn, but he was gone. No sign of a struggle. No blood. Just gone. Then, a palace guard who had been stationed near the eastern walls. One moment, he was standing watch. The next, his spear lay abandoned on the ground, his footprints leading toward the cliffs, and stopping at the edge. Day by day, the ocean took more. And still, it did not speak of what it truly wanted. Queen Naomi watched all of this with quiet, careful eyes. She had expected Sariah to be cast aside once again. After all, King Toby had favored Sariah only when she was barren, when she was weak, when she could not provide him an heir. But now, with Omari in her arms, Sariah stood tall again. The king sat by her side. He held the child with pride. He looked at her with something dangerously close to love. And Naomi hated it. She had carried life in her womb as well. She had done everything right. She had not turned to dark magic. She had not slaughtered an innocent creature to demand a son from the gods. And yet Sariah had been rewarded while she was left in the shadows. It was not fair. But Naomi was patient. She listened to the whispers of the palace. She watched the way the sea rose higher every night, creeping closer and closer to Zuma's walls. She saw the way the king's men muttered about the missing villagers, the vanishing sailors. And she remembered the old fisherwoman's warning. Mermaids do not die like humans. If you spill their blood, the ocean will remember. Sariah had done something terrible. Naomi was certain of it. And if the child was born from blood and curses, then surely he would bring ruin to them all. It happened on the 7th night after the prince's birth. The palace was silent, the halls dimly lit by the flickering glow of oil lamps. The king slept, his arm draped across Sariah's waist, exhausted from a night of feasting. The servants had long since retired to their chambers. Only the sound of the waves echoed in the darkness. And then, a voice. Low. Whispering. Calling.
Sariah.
Sariah's eyes flew open. She sat up sharply, her breath catching in her throat. The room was still. The baby lay in his crib, sleeping peacefully. The king did not stir. But she had heard it.
Sariah.
The whisper came again, drifting through the air like mist curling around the edges of a dream. She turned toward the window. And there, standing in the shadows, was a figure. Sariah's breath caught. It was a woman, or something like one. Her skin was pale blue, her hair dark and tangled with strands of seaweed. Her dress clung to her body like it had never dried, dripping water onto the palace floor. And her eyes, black, endless, were the same eyes as the mermaid she had killed. Sariah's hands clutched at her blankets. No, she whispered, her voice hoarse. The figure took a step forward. The air grew colder. The walls of the palace seemed to fade, the edges of the room curling like waves pulling back from the shore. You stole from the ocean, the figure murmured. Now, the ocean comes to take back what is hers. Sariah's pulse pounded in her ears. She turned to shake the king, to cry out, but when she looked back, the figure was gone. Only a pool of salt water remained where she had stood. And then, the baby woke. Omari's tiny fingers stretched toward the window. His lips parted. And though he was only 7 nights old, his voice was clear as the sky. Mama, the sea is calling. Sariah screamed. King Toby jolted awake, his warrior instincts kicking in as his hand flew to the dagger beneath his pillow. What is it? He growled, eyes wild as he scanned the room for danger. But Sariah could not speak. She clutched her son to her chest, her fingers trembling against his soft skin. Omari's eyes, those dark, endless pools, stared up at her, unblinking, knowing. Mama, the sea is calling. The words still echoed in her ears. They should not have been possible. A newborn should not speak. A newborn should not understand the call of the ocean. But Omari was no ordinary child. King Toby frowned, rubbing the sleep from his face. Sariah, what's wrong? Sariah swallowed hard, her breath uneven. She could not tell him, not now. Not when her hands still reeked of the sin she had committed. So she shook her head. A dream, she whispered. Just a bad dream. The king exhaled, his muscles relaxing. He ran a hand over his face, muttering about restless mothers and sleepless nights. But as he lay back down, the tension never left Soraya's body. She knew what she had seen. She knew what she had heard. And she knew, deep in her soul, that the ocean would not let her go so easily. The next morning, the people of Zuma woke to a terrifying sight. The palace, built high above the sea on sacred cliffs, had never known flooding. Yet when the first servants stepped out into the courtyards, their bare feet met water. It had seeped into the lowest halls, pooling in the great corridors, licking at the stone walls like an unwelcome guest. The grand throne room, once a place of pride and power, stood ankle-deep in seawater. Fish swam through the gardens. Crabs skittered across the floors of the great halls. The air reeked of salt. And worst of all, there was no source. No rainfall had filled the palace. No broken pipes. No overflowing wells. The ocean had risen without warning. King Toby stormed through the halls, his warriors wading through the water behind him. "Find the cause," he roared, his fury echoing against the stone. "Drain it. Clean it." But no matter how many buckets were used, no matter how many drains were cleared, the water did not recede. And as the servants worked, whispers filled the air. "The sea has come for the prince. This is not natural. This is punishment." Soraya stood on the palace balcony, staring out at the horizon. The ocean, once a friend to Zuma, seemed closer than before, its waves hungering, creeping toward the kingdom like an unseen beast waiting to strike. And in her arms, Omari cooed, his tiny fingers reaching toward the water, as though he recognized it. As though it was calling him home. Naomi watched everything unfold with cold calculation. She had seen Soraya's fear. She had seen the way the queen clutched her child, as though hiding him would keep the ocean from claiming its debt. And Naomi knew, beyond any doubt, this child was cursed. But it was not enough for her to suspect it. The king was still blind, still drowning in the joy of having a son. She needed proof. And so, that night, while the palace whispered of ghosts and curses, Naomi made her move. She stole through the dim corridors, her silk robes skimming the wet floors. Her belly was heavy with the child she carried, but she did not slow. She could not afford to. When she reached the healer's quarters, she knocked once. A moment later, an old woman appeared, Mother Jara, the wisest healer in all of Zuma. Her wrinkled face was carved with the lines of 100 years, her eyes sharp with knowledge that most feared. "My queen," Mother Jara greeted, bowing low. "You should not be here at this hour." "I need answers," Naomi whispered. The old woman studied her, then nodded, stepping aside to let her in. The chamber was dimly lit by a single oil lamp, casting flickering shadows along the walls. Bundles of dried herbs hung from the ceiling, their scents thick in the air. Skulls of small animals, tools of the old ways, lined the shelves. Naomi wasted no time. "The prince," she began. "Something is wrong with him." Mother Jara's expression did not change. "The son of King Toby is strong. He is not the king's son alone." Naomi's voice was sharp, urgent. "He is the son of the sea." At this, the old woman's gaze darkened. For a long moment, she was silent. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she crossed the room and reached for a clay bowl. "Blood speaks the truth," she murmured. She took a small, sharp bone knife and pricked her own finger, letting a drop of blood fall into the bowl. The dark red liquid shimmered in the lamplight. Then, she turned to Naomi. "If you are right," she said, "then the ocean's blood will answer us." Naomi leaned forward. Her heart pounded. And as the old woman whispered an ancient chant, the blood in the bowl began to shift. It rippled, like a stone dropped into still water. Then it darkened, swirling into a deep, endless black. Naomi gasped. The healer's hands tightened around the bowl, her old fingers trembling. The ocean lives in that child, she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. He is no mere prince. He is something more. Naomi's stomach turned. She had suspected it, but to see it confirmed. She straightened, her nails digging into her palms. There is only one way to end this, she said. Mother Jara looked up, her face grim. The sea must take back what it lost. Naomi nodded. The cursed prince had to die. As the night deepened, the ocean grew restless. The waves crashed harder against the cliffs. The winds howled through the trees. And in the deepest parts of the sea, something stirred. Something old. Something waiting. And when it finally rose from the depths, its voice echoed through the waters like thunder. The time has come. That night, the people of Zuma did not sleep. For in the distance, on the edge of the horizon, a great wave was building. A wave that would not stop. A wave that would not break. A wave that would swallow Zuma whole. The ocean had waited long enough. And now, it would take everything. The storm had not yet reached the palace, but the air was thick with it. The wind howled through the stone corridors, rattling doors and windows as if demanding to be let in. The torches lining the walls flickered, struggling against the growing gusts. King Toby stood before his war council, his face grim. The chieftains of Zuma's most powerful clans had gathered, their eyes shifting between one another with unease. The sea had turned against them, and everyone knew why. But no one dared speak it aloud. "Explain to me how this is happening," the king demanded, his deep voice echoing through the chamber. "How does the ocean flood our lands when there has been no rain? How do my people vanish into thin air?" The eldest of the chieftains, a man named Kofi, stepped forward. His weathered hands clutched a wooden staff carved with the symbols of his ancestors. "The sea is angry, my king," he said carefully. "The gods do not move without reason." Another chief, a stout man with sharp eyes, spoke next. "The fishermen have seen things beneath the water," he murmured. "Figures with dark eyes, watching. They say the merfolk are gathering." Toby's jaw tightened. "Merfolk," he scoffed. "You tell me that old women's tales explain why my palace is drowning?" "My king," Kofi's voice was soft, but firm. "This is not the first time the ocean has sought vengeance. The stories warn of what happens when a soul is stolen from the deep." For a brief moment, silence filled the chamber. And then, the doors burst open. Queen Naomi stepped inside, her robes damp from the unnatural moisture that clung to the palace. Her dark eyes burned with quiet fury. "You sit here debating stories," she snapped, "while the floodwaters rise outside our very walls." The room tensed. The king turned to his second wife, his expression unreadable. "You bring accusations. I bring truth." Naomi stepped forward, her gaze piercing. "You have allowed a monster to be raised in your own house." The king's expression darkened. "Watch your tongue, woman." But Naomi was not afraid. She turned to the gathered chiefs. "You all have seen it. The ocean calls for the child. He is not of this land. He is not of this world." Gasps rippled through the chamber. King Toby's hands curled into fists. Enough. But Naomi did not stop. "The child was born of dark magic," she continued. "The ocean will not rest until it has what it is owed. If you refuse to act, then Zuma will pay the price." Toby slammed his fist against the table. "You speak of my son. You speak of your doom." For a long moment, the two stared at each other, the air between them electric. And then, a scream pierced the night. Not just one. Dozens. The palace shook. The torches flickered out. And in the distance, the ocean roared. The palace guards rushed toward the eastern walls, weapons in hand. The night sky had turned black as ink, the stars swallowed by something greater than the storm itself. And then, from the shadows, they came. Figures, half human, half creature, crawled from the water. Their skin glistened with seawater, their fingers webbed like those of the deep. Their eyes were bottomless voids, black as the abyss. The merfolk had come to reclaim their own. One of the guards barely had time to raise his spear before they struck. The first was dragged into the waves, his scream cut short. Another was pulled from the walls, his body vanishing into the darkness before he could fight back. The palace erupted into chaos. From her chambers, Soraya clutched Omari tightly, pressing him against her chest. The baby did not cry. He did not even flinch at the sounds of battle. Instead, he turned his tiny head toward the window. And he smiled. Soraya's blood ran cold. A shadow moved outside her door. She turned sharply, heart pounding. Someone was coming. And she did not know if it was to save her, or to take her son. The palace walls trembled under the weight of the storm. Screams and the clang of steel filled the air as the guards fought against the monstrous figures that had emerged from the sea. The once proud kingdom of Zuma was now a battlefield between land and water. Soraya pressed herself against the chamber door, her breath ragged as she clutched Omari to her chest. Her heart pounded so loudly she feared it would give her away. Who was outside? She could hear footsteps, slow, deliberate. Then, a knock. A voice, barely above a whisper, slipped through the wooden door. "Soraya, open the door." It was Naomi. Soraya's grip on Omari tightened. No. She would not. She had seen the hatred in Naomi's eyes. She had heard the venom in her words. She knew that the second wife wanted her son dead. "Soraya," Naomi's voice was firmer this time. "You cannot keep him. You must know this." Soraya backed away, eyes darting to the windows. The storm outside raged on, the ocean waves now visible from her chamber, far too close to the palace walls. The sea was coming for them. She turned back to the door, her voice barely above a whisper. "Leave us." There was silence. Then, a louder bang. Naomi was trying to force her way in. Soraya had no time. She rushed to the window, clutching Omari close. Below, the waters churned, the ocean creeping up the palace steps like a predator waiting for the right moment to strike. It wanted her son. But she would not let it take him. She turned back one last time, just as the door burst open. Naomi stood there, eyes blazing, a dagger in her hand. "Give me the child." Soraya took a step back, her breath coming in sharp gasps. "You would kill an innocent baby." "Innocent?" Naomi scoffed. "That thing in your arms is not a child. He is a curse upon this kingdom." Outside, the ocean thundered, its voice rolling through the sky like an angry god. The entire palace trembled, the walls weeping with seawater. Soraya shook her head. "I won't let you take him." Naomi took a slow step forward, the dagger glinting in the dim torchlight. "Soraya, if we do not give him to the ocean, we all die." The words sent an icy chill through Soraya's veins. She looked down at Omari. He was silent, staring at Naomi with dark, unblinking eyes. The way he watched her, it was unnatural. Naomi must have felt it too. She hesitated, her grip on the dagger tightening. And then, the wave came. It was unlike any other. A massive wall of water exploded through the palace, swallowing everything in its path. The force of it sent Soraya and Naomi crashing to the ground, the dagger spinning from Naomi's grip. Water poured into the room, dragging furniture, torches, and tapestries into the abyss. Soraya struggled to hold onto Omari as the current tried to rip him from her grasp. The water was alive, clawing at them, pulling at them. And then, they heard the voice. "Return the child." It was deep, ancient, and it came from everywhere. Soraya gasped, her fingers tightening around Omari's tiny body. No, she screamed into the void. He is mine. The voice rumbled again. The sea did not ask. It commanded. Return what was stolen. Naomi, coughing and sputtering, reached for the dagger again. Soraya, she rasped. Give him up, or we will all drown. Soraya's eyes burned with tears. No. She had sacrificed everything for this child. She had given her soul, her honor, her peace. She would not let the ocean take him. With all the strength left in her body, she turned toward the shattered window, and she ran. She ran as the palace crumbled behind her. She ran as the ocean howled her name. She ran as Naomi screamed for her to stop. And then, she jumped. Into the storm. Into the waves. Into the arms of the ocean itself. And as she sank beneath the surface, Omari finally laughed. Because he was finally home. The ocean swallowed Queen Soraya and the cursed prince whole. But it was not satisfied. With an unholy roar, the waters surged forward, crashing against the kingdom of Zuma with the wrath of a god long denied its vengeance. The great walls cracked. The sacred temples fell. The palace, once the pride of the land, collapsed into the sea. The people screamed as the waves devoured their homes. Warriors tried to fight, but how do you fight the ocean? Spears could not pierce water. Swords could not cut the tide. The sea did not stop. It would not stop. For too long, Zuma had ignored the warnings. They had allowed the queen to spill sacred blood. They had stood in silence while a mermaid's heart was eaten. Now, the ocean would make sure they never forgot. By dawn, the mighty kingdom of Zuma was no more. And deep beneath the waves, in the darkness where no human dared to go, a child's laughter echoed through the deep. Omari was home. And the ocean was his to rule. The kingdom of Zuma was no more. Where proud palaces once stood, there was only endless water. Where bustling markets had filled the air with laughter, there was now silence. The ocean had taken back what had been stolen. But deep beneath the waves, far from the ruins of the mortal world, a new prince had risen. Omari. The child of the barren queen. The child of a stolen heart. The child of vengeance. And he was not alone. Soraya did not know how long she had been sinking. The water had closed around her the moment she leaped from the palace window, wrapping her and her son in its icy embrace. But she did not feel death. She felt change. Omari was still in her arms, staring at her with eyes too wise for a newborn. And as they sank deeper, the water around them glowed. Strange lights flickered in the abyss, blue, green, silver. Shadows swam in the distance, moving closer. Then, they appeared. Merfolk. Dozens of them, surrounding her, their long, dark bodies blending into the water like living shadows. Their hair floated in waves of silk, their eyes like deep wells of endless night. They did not look at her. They looked at the child. And then, one stepped forward. He was taller than the rest, his skin the color of polished obsidian, his face marked with silver lines that glowed in the deep. His crown was made of sharp coral, his chest adorned with golden shells that shimmered like stars. Soraya knew who he was before he even spoke. The Ocean King. The father of the mermaid she had slain. The one whose wrath had drowned her kingdom. She clutched Omari tighter, though she knew there was nowhere left to run. The Ocean King's gaze was unreadable as he reached out a webbed hand toward the baby. "Give him to me," he commanded, his voice like the crash of waves against stone. Soraya's breath hitched. She shook her head violently. "He is my son." The Ocean King's expression did not change. "He is my daughter's blood. He belongs to the sea." "No," Soraya whispered, her voice trembling. "No, you cannot take him from me." The Ocean King's dark eyes narrowed. "Did you think there would be no price for what you did?" Soraya's heart pounded. She had known, deep in her soul, that this moment would come. She had known the ocean would never let her keep him. But she had not expected the child to reach for the king. Omari's tiny fingers stretched toward the great ruler of the deep, his dark eyes alight with something Soraya had never seen before, recognition. He was not afraid. He was not crying. He was smiling. Soraya gasped. Omari. But it was too late. The Ocean King took the child from her arms, cradling him as if he had always belonged to the depths. And then, he turned his back on her. No. Soraya screamed, lunging forward. But hands, strong, cold hands, grabbed her, pulling her away, dragging her deeper into the abyss. She struggled, kicking, fighting. Please. He is all I have. The Ocean King did not turn. He simply spoke. You had your chance. And then, darkness swallowed her whole. Omari did not cry as he was carried through the deep. He did not thrash. He did not scream for his mother. The water embraced him, and he embraced it in return. The Ocean King held him close, gazing down at the child with quiet calculation. The merfolk swam beside him, their whispers like the hum of the tide. What will become of him? One asked. The Ocean King did not answer immediately. His gaze lingered on Omari, on the child who had been born of stolen magic, on the child who had been the cause of Zuma's downfall. And then, finally, he spoke. He will learn. The merfolk fell silent. The Ocean King turned his gaze upward, toward the distant light of the surface. The humans stole from the sea, he said. And they thought they could live without consequence. He looked down at Omari once more. They were wrong. And deep beneath the waves, the child of the barren queen smiled. Because he understood. And one day, he would make the land remember. Soraya woke to cold silence. No rushing water. No distant echoes of the ocean's rage. Only emptiness. Her body was heavy, her limbs numb, as if she had been buried beneath the weight of the world itself. She tried to move, but something bound her. Seaweed. Thick, black strands of it wrapped around her wrists, her ankles, her waist, tethering her to the ocean floor. She gasped, her chest tightening as she fought against the restraints. But the more she struggled, the more they tightened, slithering over her skin like living chains. Where was she? She lifted her head. Darkness. Not the gentle darkness of night, but a vast, endless abyss. The kind of darkness that swallowed the sun, the kind that held things that should not be seen. And then, a voice. You do not belong here. Soraya's breath hitched. The voice was everywhere and nowhere, deep and ancient, carrying the weight of something far older than the ocean itself. She turned her head, searching, and then she saw it. A figure, barely visible in the shadows. It was watching her. A shape of shifting mist, neither fully formed nor entirely formless. Its eyes, too many eyes, gleamed like pearls in the dark. Soraya's heart pounded. Who are you? The thing did not move. But its voice curled around her like a tide. I am the keeper of those who are lost. She shivered. I am not lost. I was taken. The thing laughed. A terrible, hollow sound, like the groaning of a sinking ship. Taken. No, Queen of Zuma. You were abandoned. Soraya flinched. The words cut deep, sharper than any blade. Omari. Her son had not cried for her. He had not reached for her. He had gone into the arms of the Ocean King without hesitation. Had she truly lost him? Had she truly lost everything? Tears burned her eyes. She shook her head, her voice breaking. Please. I need to find him. I need to. It is too late, the voice murmured. The child is no longer yours. He belongs to the deep now. Soraya's chest ached as if something inside her had shattered. No, she whispered. The thing in the dark moved closer. The shadows curled around it, shifting, stretching. You have been cast away, Soraya. You are nothing now. Soraya's hands clenched. No. She was not nothing. She had fought too hard. She had sacrificed too much. Her son had been stolen from her, but that did not mean she would accept it. She would not die here. Taking a shaking breath, she lifted her chin. If I am lost, then I will find my own way. The thing stilled. For a moment, there was silence. Then, it laughed again. Bold words for a woman who has already drowned. Soraya's heart pounded. Then let me rise. The thing did not speak. It only watched her. And then, the seaweed began to loosen. Soraya gasped as the bindings unwound, falling away like dead vines. She could move. She could swim. She turned, ready to escape, but the thing spoke one last time. If you seek the boy, be warned, he will not be the same. Soraya hesitated, her stomach twisting. But then, without another word, she kicked off the ocean floor, and rose toward the light above. She would find her son. Even if it meant facing whatever he had become. Omari sat on a throne of coral and bone. The Ocean King stood before him, his gaze unreadable. The great palace of the deep stretched around them, vast and ancient, its walls carved from the skeletons of forgotten ships, its pillars rising like the ribs of a long-dead beast. Merfolk swam in silent circles, watching. Waiting. The Ocean King spoke. You are of the land, yet you live in the sea. Omari, still no more than an infant, tilted his head, his small hands curling in the water. But his eyes were old. The Ocean King studied him. Your mother was a thief. She took what did not belong to her. Omari did not blink. She spilled sacred blood. And because of her, the land paid the price. Still, the child did not speak. The Ocean King narrowed his eyes. Testing him. The humans are weak, he said. They build their kingdoms on sand and pretend they will last forever. At last, Omari moved. Slowly, he lifted his small hand, and the water obeyed. The ocean stirred. The palace trembled as currents shifted, bending to his will. Tiny whirlpools formed around his fingers, spiraling in perfect silence. The merfolk gasped. Some whispered. Some watched in awe. The Ocean King's lips curled. Pleased. You are your mother's son, he murmured. Omari's small lips parted, his first words forming in the dark. No. The Ocean King stilled. The child lifted his gaze, his voice small, but certain. I am yours. The merfolk bowed. The Ocean King's expression did not change, but his eyes gleamed. He stepped forward, placing a hand upon Omari's head. Then rise, child of the deep. The ocean is yours to command. And far above, in the ruins of the drowned kingdom, the last survivors of Zuma looked to the sea, unaware that their true king was no longer of the land. Omari, son of the barren queen, had chosen his side. And the land would learn to fear his name. The kingdom of Zuma was gone. What was once a mighty land of warriors, merchants, and kings was now nothing more than a grave beneath the waves. The ocean had swallowed its palaces, its markets, its sacred temples. The streets where children once played were now haunted by the silence of the deep. But not all had perished. On the highest hills, in the caves of the eastern cliffs, and within the thick jungles that bordered Zuma's lands, a few remained. And they were watching. The fire crackled softly in the night. A woman sat before it, wrapping a tattered cloth around a shivering child. Her face was streaked with salt and dirt, her once fine robes torn from the journey through the wilds. But her eyes remained fierce. unbroken. Beside her, a man, his arms scarred from battle, gazed toward the distant horizon, where the sea stretched endlessly. "It is quiet," the woman murmured. The man did not turn his gaze from the water. "Too quiet." The woman swallowed hard. Do you think the ocean will return?" The man exhaled, shaking his head. "No. The waves have claimed what they wanted." The woman's hands clenched around the child. "Then why does it feel as if this is only the beginning?" A rustling in the trees made them both freeze. The man reached for his spear, eyes narrowing. "Someone is coming." The bushes parted. A figure emerged. A girl, no older than 15, her face streaked with soot and her clothes soaked with seawater. She was breathing hard, her dark eyes wide with something between fear and urgency. "I have seen him," she whispered. The woman frowned. "Seen who?" The girl swallowed. "The child." The men stiffened. "What child?" She took a deep breath. "The prince. The one they say the ocean took." Silence fell. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. The woman shook her head. "That's not possible. The prince drowned with the queen." The girl's fingers trembled as she pointed toward the sea. "I saw him," she insisted. "I saw him standing on the water." The man's breath caught. The woman's arms tightened around the child in her lap. "The prince is dead," the man said slowly. The girl's lips parted. "No," she whispered. "He has returned." A gust of wind blew through the trees. The fire flickered. And somewhere, beneath the endless waves, Omari was watching. Soraya had once been a queen. Now, she was a ghost. The land that had once adored her was gone, washed away by the very waters she had betrayed. The people who had once bowed to her name were either dead or scattered, lost to the mercy of the wilderness. But she was alive. And as long as she lived, she would fight. The waves had cast her upon the shores of a ruined village, its homes nothing more than broken wood and shattered stone. The bodies of fishermen lay scattered along the beach, their eyes wide with the terror of their final moments. Soraya stumbled forward, her body weak, her mind clouded with exhaustion. The voice of the thing in the deep still whispered in her mind. "The child is no longer yours." Her heart clenched. She could still see Omari's face, his tiny hands reaching for the Ocean King, his eyes filled with something she did not understand. Had she lost him forever? Had he truly chosen the sea over her? She fell to her knees, gripping the wet sand beneath her fingers. "No," she whispered. She would not accept this. The ocean had taken everything from her, her throne, her people, her son. But it had not taken her will. She would find a way back. She would find her son. And if the ocean stood in her way, she would make it regret ever crossing her. A shadow moved in the distance. Soraya's head snapped up, her fingers tightening. A figure stood at the edge of the ruined village, watching. For a moment, neither moved. Then, the figure stepped forward. Soraya's breath caught. She recognized the golden robes, the dark eyes, the face of a woman she had once called sister. Naomi. The new queen. The woman who had taken her place. Soraya's body tensed as the younger queen approached, her gaze sharp as a blade. They stood face to face, two women who had once shared a kingdom, now standing in the ashes of its destruction. For a long moment, Naomi said nothing. Then, softly, she spoke. "You should have let me have the throne." Soraya's lips curled into a bitter smile. "And you should have stayed out of my way." The wind howled between them, carrying the scent of salt and ruin. Neither queen bowed. Neither queen turned away. For though Zuma had fallen, its greatest battle was only beginning. And this time, it was not the ocean that would decide the victor. Soraya and Naomi stood in the ruins of their kingdom, the wind whipping through their tattered robes. The night was heavy with the scent of salt and decay, and the waves whispered of vengeance. For a long time, neither queen spoke. Then, Naomi's lips curved into a cold smile. "You look like a ghost, Soraya." Soraya's fingers clenched into fists, but she forced herself to stay still. "And you look like a woman who has lost everything." Naomi's smile did not falter. "Not everything." Soraya's breath caught. She knew what Naomi meant. The child. Omari. The prince that Soraya had birthed through blood and forbidden magic, the child she had fought so hard to bring into this world, was gone. Taken by the ocean. Claimed by the Sea King. Naomi took a slow step forward, her golden robes fluttering in the wind. "You thought you were clever," she said. "You thought you could trick the gods. You thought you could steal life from the sea and not pay the price." Soraya met her gaze, fire burning behind her tired eyes. "And you thought you could stand by and wait for the ocean to take me. Did you think it would spare you?" For the first time, Naomi's smile faltered. Soraya pressed forward. "The ocean did not just take my son," she hissed. "It took Zuma. Our kingdom is gone, Naomi. Your throne is gone." Naomi's jaw tightened, but she did not look away. "And whose fault is that?" Soraya let out a sharp breath. "Mine," she asked. "Or yours?" A flicker of something crossed Naomi's face. Doubt? Guilt? Fear? Soraya took another step closer. "You knew what was coming. You saw the sky blacken. You heard the waves calling my son's name. And yet you stood there, waiting. Hoping." Naomi lifted her chin. "You speak as if I had a choice." "You did." Silence. The wind howled around them, filling the space between their words. Then, Naomi's voice turned to ice. "And if I had chosen differently, would you have let me live?" Soraya's lips curled. "I suppose we will never know." A moment passed. Then another. Then, Naomi lunged. Soraya barely had time to react before the younger queen's dagger slashed toward her throat. She stumbled back, twisting away, the blade slicing just past her cheek. Too close. Naomi's eyes burned with fury. "You should have stayed dead." Soraya's breath was ragged, her body weak from the ocean's torment, but she was not broken. She would never be broken. She dodged the next strike, her hand shooting out, grabbing Naomi's wrist. The two women struggled, their feet kicking up ash and sand as they fought, their hatred spilling into every blow. They were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for everything they had lost. Everything that had been stolen. And neither queen would fall without a fight. Far beneath the waves, Omari sat upon his throne. His small hands rested on the coral arms of the great seat, his dark eyes fixed upon the Ocean King. Around him, the merfolk bowed, their shimmering scales reflecting the eerie glow of the deep. The sea had accepted him. It had whispered its ancient songs into his ears, filling his mind with secrets older than time. But he did not belong to it. Not yet. The Ocean King studied him. "You are strong," he said at last. "Stronger than any human child I have seen." Omari did not speak. The Ocean King continued, his voice like the rolling tide. "But the sea does not keep the weak. If you wish to wear its crown, you must prove yourself." A murmur rippled through the gathered merfolk. Some looked at Omari with doubt. Others with curiosity. Omari tilted his head. "How?" The Ocean King smiled. A terrible smile. He lifted his hand, and the waters trembled. From the darkness beyond the palace walls, a shape began to emerge. At first, it was only a shadow. Then, it moved. A great creature slithered forward, its body covered in jagged, blackened scales, its many eyes glowing like dying embers. Tentacles writhed around its enormous form, curling and uncurling as it watched the child. The Ocean King's voice was calm. "Kill it." The merfolk gasped. Omari blinked, his small hands tightening against the throne. "Why?" he asked. The Ocean King's smile did not fade. "Because it is stronger than you. Because it is older than you. Because the ocean only respects those who conquer." The great beast let out a low, rumbling growl. It had not been tamed. It had not been defeated. Not yet. The merfolk whispered. Would the child survive? Would he prove himself worthy? Omari did not hesitate. He pushed himself off the throne, drifting forward through the water, his small frame moving with unnatural ease. His body was still human, but the ocean was already shaping him into something else. The beast lunged. Omari did not flinch. Instead, he raised his hand. And the ocean obeyed. A great force surged around him, currents twisting and roaring as if alive. The sea trembled beneath his will, bending, shaping, becoming his weapon. The merfolk gasped. The beast let out a deafening roar, thrashing against the unseen force, but Omari's grip did not falter. With a single, final motion, he closed his fist. The ocean collapsed upon the creature. The pressure crushed it instantly. Silence fell. The merfolk stared in shock. The Ocean King's eyes gleamed. Satisfied. Omari turned back to the throne, his face blank, his dark eyes unreadable. He did not speak. He did not need to. The ocean had spoken for him. And it had chosen its prince. Omari sat in silence. The great beast lay lifeless before him, its twisted body drifting in the currents, its many eyes now dull and empty. The merfolk still whispered, their voices rising like a tide of uncertainty. The child killed it. How could a human wield such power? Is he even human anymore? But Omari did not hear them. His dark eyes were fixed upon the Ocean King. The great ruler of the deep reclined upon his throne of coral and bone, his many-limbed form shifting lazily as he studied the boy. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement, but also with something else, something darker. Omari could feel it. The sea's power hummed beneath his skin, curling around his fingers, whispering in his ears. It no longer felt foreign. No longer felt like something forced upon him. It felt natural. The Ocean King finally spoke. "You have proven yourself, little prince." The murmurs in the hall died. Every merfolk, every sea beast, every unseen creature lurking in the depths listened. Omari tilted his head. "Then what happens now?" The Ocean King's lips curled. "Now, you must decide," he said. "You have conquered, but conquest is meaningless without purpose. You stand between two worlds, land and sea." His golden gaze flickered. "Will you serve the ocean? Or will you defy it?" Omari did not answer. His fingers curled into a fist. A memory surfaced, his mother's voice, calling his name in the storm. The terror in her eyes as the waves rose to claim him. The feeling of being torn away. She had fought for him. Had she survived? Had she given up? The ocean wanted him to forget. To let the past drift away, swallowed by the tide. But Omari was no ordinary child. He had been born of two worlds, land and sea. And the ocean had taken everything from him. His jaw tightened. "What if I refuse?" The Ocean King's expression did not change, but the waters around him darkened. "Then you will be nothing," he said simply. "A lost soul, adrift in the abyss. Neither human nor sea-born. A creature with no home." Omari's chest rose and fell in slow, steady breaths. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing upon him, the eyes of the ocean fixed upon his small frame. He did not answer. Not yet. Instead, he turned and walked away. The Ocean King said nothing as Omari left the hall, the water parting for him. But his golden eyes gleamed. The ocean was patient. It would wait. Soraya's breath came in sharp bursts as she ducked beneath Naomi's blade. The younger queen was fast, her movements fueled by rage and desperation. The ruins of Zuma burned around them, the sky above thick with smoke and the scent of salt. They fought like warriors. Like queens with nothing left to lose. Naomi swung again, her blade whistling through the air. Soraya barely dodged, her muscles screaming in protest. She was still weak from the ocean's wrath, but she could not fall. Not now. Not to her. You should have stayed in the water, Naomi spat, lunging again. Soraya blocked with a broken spear she had taken from the ruins, twisting away as she aimed a kick at Naomi's side. The younger queen grunted but did not fall. Her eyes burned with hatred. You think you can take back what's already lost? Naomi growled. The throne is gone, Soraya. Zuma is gone. What are you even fighting for? Soraya's grip tightened around the spear. My son. Naomi's face twisted. Your son. She let out a sharp, bitter laugh. The ocean's son, you mean? Soraya's heart clenched. No, she whispered. He is mine. Naomi sneered. Then why did he leave you? The words struck deep, but Soraya did not falter. She could not. Because if she let doubt take root, if she allowed herself to believe that Omari was truly lost, then everything she had done, everything she had sacrificed, would be for nothing. She would not accept that. She refused. With a roar, she lunged. Naomi barely had time to react before Soraya's spear smashed against her blade. The force sent Naomi stumbling back, her feet skidding across the dirt. Soraya pressed forward, striking again and again, her body moving on sheer instinct. She would not fall. She would not break. She would win. And then Naomi dropped her blade. Soraya's strike halted just before piercing her throat. A trick? A surrender? But then, Soraya saw it. The terror in Naomi's eyes. The way her body stood rigid. Not from Soraya. From something behind her. Soraya felt it before she turned. A shift in the air. A presence that did not belong. A whisper in the wind. A voice, smooth as water. He is coming. A chill crawled down Soraya's spine. Slowly, she turned. And her breath caught. There, standing at the edge of the ruins, bathed in the glow of the dying fires, was a boy. His dark eyes gleamed like the abyss. His skin shimmered faintly, as if touched by the deep. The air around him hummed with something unnatural. Something ancient. Something wrong. Soraya's throat tightened. She knew those eyes. She knew that face. Omari. But the boy before her was not the son she had once cradled in her arms. He was something else. And as his gaze met hers, she felt it. The ocean had not let him go. It never would. Soraya's lips parted, but no words came out. The boy standing before her was Omari, her son, the child she had fought so desperately for. But he was not the same. The ocean had left its mark. His eyes, once warm and filled with innocence, were now dark pools, endless and unreadable. His skin had a faint shimmer, as though the water still clung to him. And the air around him felt heavy, unnatural, ancient. Soraya took a step forward. Omari, her voice was barely a whisper. The boy did not move. Naomi, still frozen behind her, let out a breathless, trembling laugh. This is your son, she whispered. Look at him, Soraya. He's not human anymore. Soraya's fingers tightened into fists. He is mine, she said fiercely. My son. Omari tilted his head slightly, studying her. He did not smile. He did not rush into her arms as he once would have. Instead, he spoke. Why did you kill her? Soraya blinked. What? Omari's expression did not change. The mermaid. The words hit like a thunderclap. The world around them seemed to grow still. Soraya's heart pounded. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Omari took a slow step forward, the sand shifting beneath his bare feet. She was the Ocean King's daughter, he said, voice calm, too calm. She was my sister. Naomi let out a small gasp. Soraya felt as though the ground had been yanked from beneath her. The ocean had whispered secrets into her son's ears. It had claimed him. And now, it had turned him against her. I had to, Soraya finally said, her voice breaking. Omari, I only wanted to bring you into this world. I had no choice. Omari's dark eyes did not waver. That's what the ocean says too, he murmured. A cold wind rolled in from the sea, carrying the scent of salt and something deeper, something ancient. Soraya's stomach twisted. What are you saying? Omari blinked slowly. That the ocean had no choice but to take something in return. A shadow passed over them. The waves crashed louder, the tide rising, creeping closer to the ruined city. Soraya knew, deep in her bones, what was coming. This was not just about Omari. This was not just about her crime. The ocean had awakened. And it would not stop until everything that had been stolen was paid in full. Naomi's voice was barely above a whisper. We need to run. But Soraya knew there was nowhere left to go. Because Omari had come home. And behind him. The ocean had come with him. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Soraya and Naomi turned sharply as the first wave crashed into the ruins, sweeping away what little remained of the once great kingdom of Zuma. The ocean had risen. Its waters no longer held the gentle embrace of life. They surged forward with purpose, hungry and vengeful. Soraya grabbed Omari's shoulders. We have to leave. Now. Omari did not move. The water swirled around his feet, but it did not pull him under. It moved with him, as though it were part of him. He looked up at her, his dark eyes filled with something unreadable. The ocean wants justice, he said. Soraya's heart pounded. Omari, She could not finish. The ground cracked beneath them. From the churning sea, figures began to emerge. First came the merfolk, warriors draped in shimmering armor, wielding weapons of coral and sharpened bone. Their eyes burned with fury, their songs carrying the weight of ages. Then came the sea beasts, massive, twisting creatures with eyes like glowing lanterns, their forms shifting with the tide. They moved with a terrible grace, their whispers filling the air like distant thunder. And finally, from the depths of the ocean, rising like a god, the Ocean King. His golden eyes burned like the sun, his massive form towering over the ruins. The sea swirled around him, bending to his will, waiting for his command. Naomi stumbled back, whispering a prayer to the ancestors. Soraya could barely breathe. The Ocean King's voice rolled like the tide. The debt must be paid. Soraya felt her blood run cold. She knew what he meant. Her son had been taken, raised in the depths. But it was not enough. The sea wanted more. And it would not rest until the scales were balanced. Omari turned to her, his small face unreadable. They want you, mother. Soraya's breath caught. She had always known, deep in her soul, that she could not escape the consequences of what she had done. She had thought she could run. She had thought she could fight. She had thought she could outsmart the ocean. But now, as she stood before the Ocean King, before the warriors of the deep, before the son who had once been hers, She realized the truth. There was no escape. And the judgment of the sea had finally come. The waters swelled around them, a dark and endless force ready to consume. The Ocean King's golden eyes burned into Soraya, his voice echoing like the tide. The debt must be paid. Soraya stood frozen, her heart pounding like the drums of war. Her body was weary from battle, from years of running, from a lifetime of regret. But still, she clenched her fists. She would not surrender. She turned to Omari, her son, the child she had fought so hard to bring into this world. But he was no longer the boy she had once cradled. He stood between her and the sea, a bridge between two worlds. Her voice trembled. Omari, you know me. You are my son. Omari's dark eyes flickered with something unreadable. You killed her, he whispered. You took something that wasn't yours. Soraya's throat tightened. I did what I had to do. Omari studied her for a long moment, then turned to the Ocean King. And now? The great ruler of the sea regarded Soraya with cold finality. She must return to the ocean. The words hit like a crashing wave. Soraya's hands balled into fists. She had always known this moment would come, but she had refused to face it. Now, there was no running. Naomi stood a few steps away, her breathing ragged. Take her, she whispered, eyes flickering with something between relief and fear. She's the one who brought this upon us. Soraya shot her a sharp look, but she had no time for Naomi's treachery. The Ocean King raised a hand, and the waters trembled in response. Soraya lunged. Not to run. Not to beg. But to fight. She snatched a blade from the ruins, a broken spear, salt-rusted and worn, but still sharp. If the ocean wanted her, it would have to drag her down screaming. The merfolk warriors surged forward. Soraya spun, striking the first one down, the spear biting into flesh. The second warrior lunged at her, she dodged, driving her blade upward, piercing through the creature's gills. A third came from behind, too fast. Soraya felt the cold kiss of a blade against her ribs. She stumbled. The Ocean King did not move. Omari did not move. They only watched. The warriors closed in. Soraya let out a cry and swung wildly, her spear cutting through the tide. But there were too many. A spear pierced her shoulder. A sharp cry tore from her lips as the weapon buried deep. She dropped to one knee, blood curling in the water like ink. The Ocean King stepped forward at last. Enough. The warriors halted. The sea fell silent. Soraya lifted her head, gasping for breath. Omari took a single step forward. What will you do to her? The Ocean King's golden eyes never left Soraya. She will return to the ocean. Omari's fingers twitched. And if I say no? A low murmur rippled through the sea beasts, the warriors, the watching spirits of the deep. The Ocean King finally looked at the boy. Then you must choose, child. Omari's throat tightened. The choice was clear. His mother or the ocean. One would live. One would drown. The waters churned, restless, waiting. Soraya closed her eyes, her breath shallow. She was losing blood. She could barely hold her spear. She did not beg. She did not plead. She only looked at Omari, her son, and whispered, "Choose wisely." The sea held its breath. And Omari opened his mouth to speak. The waves stilled, the wind hushed, and even the sea beasts waited. The weight of the Ocean King's words settled over the ruins like a storm cloud. You must choose, child. Omari's breath came in short, sharp bursts. His mother knelt before him, wounded, blood curling into the water. Behind him, the Ocean King stood tall, his presence vast, eternal, undeniable. The sea had taken Omari once. It had whispered its truths, shaped his body, filled his mind with knowledge older than time itself. But standing here now, between the two worlds, he realized he did not belong to either. He looked at Soraya, his mother, the woman who had stolen life from the ocean to bring him into the world. The woman who had killed his sister. Then he turned to the Ocean King, the father of the mermaid whose heart had been eaten, the god who had claimed Omari as his own, the force that had demanded Soraya's life as payment. Omari's hands trembled. "You ask me to choose," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "But what if I don't?" The Ocean King's golden eyes narrowed. "There is no third path." Omari's jaw clenched. "Then I'll make one." He lifted his arms. And the ocean surged to his command. A wave exploded from beneath him, knocking back the warriors, sending Naomi sprawling. The sea beasts roared, the very waters trembling at Omari's touch. Soraya's eyes widened. Omari. But he wasn't listening. The Ocean King did not move, but his gaze darkened. "You defy me." Omari turned to him, eyes fierce. "I defy this cycle." The ocean wanted vengeance. His mother wanted survival. But what did he want? He wanted to break the chains that bound them all. The Ocean King raised a hand, and the sea stirred with wrath. Omari did not flinch. He lifted both palms and pushed. A wall of water rose, towering, shimmering, filled with light and power. It curled around the Ocean King and his warriors, encasing them in a prison of his own making. The Ocean King's golden eyes flickered, not with anger, but with something deeper. Recognition. Omari's voice rang across the ruins. "No more blood will be spilled today." The Ocean King stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed. Deep, rolling, like distant thunder. The sound rattled through the water, sending shivers down Omari's spine. "You are truly my daughter's kin," the Ocean King mused, his voice laced with something unreadable. "You think you can change the tide?" Omari's heart pounded. "I have to try." The Ocean King regarded him for a long moment. Then, he lifted a hand. And the water calmed. The storm above faded. The sea beasts sank into the depths. The warriors of the deep lowered their weapons. Soraya let out a slow breath, clutching her wounded side. The Ocean King finally spoke. "Very well. But if you are to challenge fate, then you must bear its weight." The sea stirred once more. A great wave surged toward them. Not in anger, but in transformation. The water crashed over Omari, swallowing him whole. Soraya let out a cry. "No. Omari." The wave pulled back. And when it did, Omari was changed. His human form was gone. His skin shimmered like pearl, his fingers webbed, his hair flowing like the tide itself. His eyes, once dark, now gleamed with golden light. A new being. Neither human nor mare. A child of both worlds. The Ocean King's voice rang clear. "If you will not choose, then you shall become the bridge." Soraya's breath hitched. Omari turned to her, his expression unreadable. The ocean had not taken him. But it had claimed him. And now, nothing would ever be the same. Soraya staggered forward, her heart pounding, eyes locked on the figure before her. Omari, her voice trembled. Her son, stood where the wave had left him, no longer the boy she had raised, no longer entirely human. His skin shimmered in the fading moonlight, his hair a cascade of deep silver, flowing as though caught in an unseen current. The ocean clung to him, not as an enemy, not as a master, but as something that had embraced him as its own. Omari turned to look at her, his golden eyes unreadable. The Ocean King watched in silence, his great form rising above the waves like a god carved from the depths of time itself. "The choice has been made," he rumbled. "The cycle ends here." Soraya's chest heaved. What have you done to him? Omari's lips parted slightly, but he did not answer. The Ocean King's gaze did not waver. You asked for life where none was meant to be. The sea took what was stolen, but now it gives something new in return. Soraya felt a cold dread seep into her bones. You've changed him. The Ocean King inclined his head. He is no longer bound by the limits of men. He is the bridge. He is neither yours nor mine. Soraya's breathing grew ragged. She had fought. She had bled. She had risked everything for him. And now, he was slipping through her fingers like sand in the tide. Her gaze darted to Omari. You don't have to accept this, she pleaded. Come back with me. We can run, we can. I can't. The words were soft. Final. Soraya flinched as though struck. Omari. I hear the ocean, he whispered, glancing toward the waves. I feel it in my bones. I can't turn away from it, Mother. It's part of me now. Soraya shook her head violently. No. No. You are mine. You were born of me, not them. Omari hesitated. And for the briefest moment, Soraya saw something familiar flicker in his expression, the boy she had once held in her arms, the child who had reached for her with tiny hands, the son who had once needed her. But then it was gone. The ocean does not forget, Omari murmured. It does not forgive. His words were not cruel. Not harsh. But they carried the weight of something ancient. Something far beyond her. Soraya felt her knees weaken. You would leave me? Omari's expression wavered. The Ocean King watched, silent as the tide. Then, Naomi's voice cut through the moment. This is a blessing, she said, stepping forward, her eyes bright with something almost triumphant. The gods have touched your son, Soraya. He is no longer bound to the world of men. Soraya turned sharply, hatred boiling in her chest. You would celebrate this? Naomi's lips curled slightly. I celebrate survival. Soraya's hands trembled. You always wanted this, didn't you? Her voice was bitter. For me to lose everything. For the king to turn to you. Naomi tilted her head. I only ever wanted what was mine. Soraya's vision blurred with rage. You have no right. The Ocean King's deep voice rumbled like distant thunder. The ocean has made its claim. The past will not be undone. Soraya turned back, breath ragged. Then take me instead, she whispered. Let him go. Let him live as he was meant to. Omari's eyes widened slightly. Mother. The Ocean King studied her. Would you trade your life for his? Soraya lifted her chin. Yes. The sea stirred. The warriors of the deep shifted, watching with quiet intensity. Even Naomi faltered, her smugness flickering. Omari took a step forward, his expression tight with something unreadable. And for a long, terrible moment, the world waited. The Ocean King exhaled, a sound like the rolling tide. No. Soraya flinched. What? The Ocean King's gaze did not waver. A life cannot erase what has already been done. He is no longer bound to your world, just as you are no longer bound to mine. The word struck her like a blade. He was taking Omari away from her. Forever. Soraya shook her head, her chest aching, her vision darkening. Please. But Omari only looked at her, torn, but certain. I have to go, he whispered. Soraya staggered back. No. Omari's hand brushed against hers, just for a second. Just long enough for her to feel the warmth of his skin. And then, he stepped into the water. The tide curled around his feet, swallowing him gently. Soraya let out a broken sound, but no one stopped him. No one stopped the ocean from taking what it had claimed. And as the waves carried him into the depths, his golden eyes were the last thing she saw. Then he was gone. And the sea was silent once more. Soraya fell to her knees, her body shaking. The waves had swallowed her son. He was gone. The ocean had taken its revenge. The storm had passed, the warriors of the deep had vanished beneath the waves, and the Ocean King had retreated to his kingdom beneath the sea. The waters that had once roared with fury were now calm, as though nothing had ever happened. But Soraya's world had been shattered. She dug her fingers into the wet sand, her nails clawing at the earth as if she could tear open a path to her son. She had fought, she had bled, she had done everything, but it hadn't been enough. A slow chuckle broke through her grief. "You've lost." Soraya's head snapped up. Naomi stood just a few steps away, her dark eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She was drenched, her gown torn, her hair wild from the battle, but she stood tall, her back straight, as if the entire night had been nothing more than a mild inconvenience. Soraya's blood boiled. This woman. This snake. Naomi had stood aside while the ocean came for her son. She had not lifted a finger to help. In fact, Soraya knew it was what she had wanted all along. She staggered to her feet. "You did this." Naomi arched a brow. "The ocean did this." Soraya clenched her fists, her body trembling with rage. "You wanted him gone. You wanted the king to turn to you." A slow, knowing smile spread across Naomi's lips. "And now, he will." Soraya lunged. Naomi sidestepped gracefully, her foot hooking around Soraya's ankle and sending her crashing to the ground once more. "You are nothing now," Naomi whispered, crouching beside her. "No son. No favor. No power. Do you think the king will look at you after this?" Soraya gasped for breath, her fingers curling into fists. Naomi leaned closer, her voice a mere breath against her ear. "Leave, Soraya. Before you embarrass yourself further." The words sent a fresh wave of fury through Soraya, but she was too weak to fight. Too broken. Naomi straightened, casting one last glance at the sea before turning toward the ruined palace in the distance. She walked away without another word. Soraya lay in the sand, staring up at the dark sky, her body cold, her heart hollow. She had lost everything. And yet, the ocean was calm. She let out a slow, ragged breath. But calm waters could still hide great storms. King Toby stood at the highest tower of the palace, his gaze locked on the sea. He had seen it all. The storm, the battle, the moment his firstborn son had been swallowed by the ocean. His hands gripped the stone railing, his jaw clenched so tight it ached. Omari was gone. Soraya had lost. And Naomi. Naomi had won. A rustle of silk behind him made him turn. Naomi stood in the doorway, dressed in fresh robes, her hair twisted into intricate braids. She carried herself with the poise of a queen, not the frightened woman who had cowered behind him when the ocean attacked, but the woman he had married for ambition. She stepped closer. "The gods have spoken," she said softly. "Omari was never meant to rule. He was never meant to be yours." Toby's hands tightened around the stone. He did not believe in fate. He did not believe in destiny. But he knew the ocean did not take without reason. His son was gone. And in his absence, only one heir remained, the child growing in Naomi's womb. Naomi took another step forward, placing a gentle hand on his arm. "It is time to move forward," she whispered. "Omari is gone. But I will give you a son, a prince, a future for this kingdom." Toby turned to her. Her face was soft, her eyes filled with quiet victory. He should have felt comforted. He should have felt relief. But all he felt was rage. Omari had been stolen from him. The ocean had taken his son, but he had seen the way Naomi had watched. She had not grieved. She had not fought. She had simply waited. And now she spoke of moving forward. His voice was low, dangerous. "Did you pray for this?" Naomi stilled. "Did you pray for my son to be taken?" Her fingers twitched against his arm. "I prayed for peace." Toby's gaze was like steel. "Did you pray for Omari to die?" Naomi hesitated, just for a second. But it was enough. Toby ripped her hand from his arm. "You are not queen yet." Naomi's lips parted in shock. "What?" Toby turned away, his eyes dark with fury. "Leave me." For the first time, Naomi faltered. Her grip tightened on her silk robes, her breath catching in her throat. She had expected him to turn to her in grief. To accept her, to choose her. Instead, he burned with suspicion. With hatred. She had won the battle. But the war was far from over. Soraya stood at the shore, watching the ocean. The sun had begun to rise, casting streaks of gold across the sky. Her heart was broken. Her son was gone. Her place in the palace was lost. But she was not done. The ocean thought it had taken everything from her. Naomi thought she had won. The king thought he could move forward without her. But Soraya still breathed. And so long as she breathed, she would fight. She stepped forward, her bare feet sinking into the wet sand. The water curled around her ankles, cool and gentle. She lifted her chin. "I will find you, Omari," she whispered. "Even if I have to tear the sea apart to do it." The wind carried her words into the horizon. And deep beneath the waves, somewhere, in the endless blue, Omari stirred. The ocean whispered secrets to the wind as Soraya stood at the shore, her fists clenched at her sides. The weight of loss threatened to crush her, but she would not yield. She could not. She had birthed Omari into this world with her own hands, with blood and pain, with sacrifice no one else would understand. The ocean thought it could take him. No. She would not allow it. She turned her gaze toward the palace, its golden rooftops glistening under the first light of dawn. King Toby would grieve, but he would move on. Naomi would see to that. Soraya knew the younger queen was already whispering sweet reassurances, painting herself as the savior of the kingdom. And Soraya? She was nothing in their eyes now. A barren woman whose only child had been stolen by the gods. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. They would cast her aside, leave her to wither like a forgotten branch, but they were all fools. Soraya had been the first queen. She knew secrets about the kingdom, about the land and the sea, that Naomi could never dream of. And more than that, she had something stronger than power. She had a mother's wrath. She would not sit idly by while the ocean cradled her child. She would fight. Even if it meant striking a deal with the very gods who cursed her. Toby sat on the throne, his fingers drumming against the armrest. The court was unusually silent, as if afraid to utter a word in his presence. He knew why. They had all seen what happened the night before. The wrath of the sea. The taking of his son. He could still hear the thunder in his ears, still feel the tremors of the earth shaking beneath the palace. It was a warning, a punishment, a curse wrapped in a storm. And yet, as the fear settled over the kingdom, Naomi smiled. Toby glanced at her where she sat beside him, draped in soft silks, her hands resting over the slight swell of her stomach. She had won a battle, though she pretended she hadn't. She had comforted him through the night, whispered that the gods had spoken, that Omari was never meant to be his heir. She thought he believed her. She was wrong. He had seen the way she had watched as Omari was taken. How her lips had barely parted in surprise. How her body had remained still while Soraya had screamed. She had not mourned. And that alone was enough to plant the seed of doubt in his heart. Toby exhaled slowly. If Naomi thought she could replace what had been lost, she was mistaken. And if Soraya thought she would be cast aside so easily, she, too, was mistaken. He would allow them both to believe they had won. For now, Soraya knew where she had to go. There was only one force strong enough to rival the Ocean King. The Shadow Waters. No one spoke of it freely. It was a place beyond mortal reach, a cursed part of the ocean where forgotten gods and restless spirits roamed. It was where the ocean's true secrets were buried. And it was where Soraya would find the power to take back what was hers. The journey would be dangerous. She would be tested. She might never return. But she had already lost everything. What more could the world take from her? She pulled her cloak tight around her shoulders and stepped onto the rocky path leading away from the kingdom. Behind her, Zuma lay quiet. The palace shone in the distance. The people would wake soon, would speak of their widowed queen, of her loss, of how she had been defeated. Let them. By the time she returned, they would bow before her once more. And the ocean. The ocean would know her name. The sun had barely kissed the horizon when Soraya made her way out of Zuma's gates, her footsteps steady, but her heart racing. The village behind her, with its weary but hopeful citizens, would soon forget her existence, just as the tides had claimed her son. But she would not fade into oblivion. Not without a fight. The wind bit at her skin, but she ignored the chill. The shadows of the night still clung to her mind, heavy with images of Omari, her son, sinking into the sea. She could still hear his voice, soft but firm, telling her that he could no longer be a part of the world she knew. She had failed him. Or so it seemed. But she would make things right. She would make him right. The journey to the Shadow Waters was treacherous. Soraya knew that. The coastline was littered with sharp rocks, and the sea itself was said to be cursed, filled with spirits and monsters that even the bravest sailors avoided. No one dared to approach it, because no one ever returned. But Soraya had a single-minded determination. No matter the cost. She had heard stories of the Shadow Waters all her life, whispers passed through the mouths of elders, tales told by the flickering light of the village fire. It was said that the Shadow Waters were a place where the past and future met, where souls were bound by promises and broken dreams. It was a place where gods, forgotten by time, dwelt, waiting for those who dared to seek their power. Soraya's eyes flicked toward the sea. The waves crashed violently against the jagged cliffs ahead. It was as if the ocean itself was warning her to turn back. But she did not. She pressed on. Her mind was not filled with thoughts of the kingdom or the empty throne. It was not filled with hatred for Naomi, nor with sorrow for Omari. It was filled with a singular purpose, to find the Shadow Waters and take back what had been stolen. As the hours passed, the path grew darker, the air thick with mist and a strange, haunting sound. It was a song, a mournful melody that echoed across the rocks, making the very ground beneath her feel unstable. She had heard this song before in her nightmares, only now, it was real. Soraya's hand tightened around the dagger she carried at her waist. She had heard the warnings. People had gone mad in these waters, never to return, their minds consumed by the shadows. But Soraya was not afraid. She had no time for fear. The wind howled as she reached the edge of the cliffs. Below, the ocean stretched endlessly, dark and foreboding. But there, in the distance, a small glimmer of light caught her eye. The Shadow Waters. A glimmer of silver danced over the water's surface, beckoning her closer. Soraya took a deep breath, her heart pounding in her chest. The sea had taken her son, and now, she would take it back. She stepped off the cliff, feeling the wind whip past her as she descended toward the waiting waters. As her feet touched the surface, she braced herself for the cold, but it never came. The water was warm, gentle, as though it had been waiting for her. And then, everything went still. The world around her seemed to fall away, and the shadows of the deep rose up, swirling like the threads of a dream. She saw figures, faint and fleeting, emerging from the depths. They were the lost ones, the souls who had made deals with the ocean long ago. Their eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and their voices whispered in unison. "You seek power, mortal," a voice asked. Soraya's eyes narrowed. "I seek my son." The shadows swirled faster, creating a vortex of water and darkness around her. "And what will you give for him?" the voice asked again. Soraya felt her breath catch in her throat. She had been prepared to bargain, but the price was not something she had anticipated. "I will give anything," she said, her voice steady despite the growing terror inside her. "I will give my life. I will give my soul. Anything." The shadows parted, revealing a figure standing before her, a tall, ancient being, its form shifting and changing like the waves themselves. Its eyes were dark pools, endless and empty. "You would sacrifice your very soul?" the being asked, its voice like the crashing of waves against stone. Soraya nodded. "I will. For my son. He belongs to the world, not to the sea." The being studied her for a long, silent moment. The air around her grew thick, and the ground seemed to tremble. She could feel the weight of the ocean pressing in on her, could feel the power of the shadow waters wrapping around her like chains. And then, finally, the being spoke again. "Very well, mortal. Your soul shall remain here, forever bound to the waters. In exchange, your son will return. But know this, the ocean never forgets. The price you pay will never be undone." Soraya's heart pounded in her chest. She had not expected this, but she had no choice. She had made the bargain. The figure raised a hand, and the waters around her surged. The world spun. She gasped as the shadows consumed her, pulling her under the waves. When Soraya opened her eyes again, she was lying on the shore, the sea gently lapping at her feet. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and she felt a strange weight in her chest, as though something had been taken from her. She stood, her body trembling, but as she looked toward the horizon, a figure appeared on the far-off shore. It was Omari. Her son. He was walking toward her, his silhouette glowing like silver against the rising sun. His golden eyes met hers, and Soraya's heart swelled with joy. He had returned. But as Omari drew closer, Soraya saw that he was not the same. His skin shimmered like the surface of the sea, and his hair flowed like liquid silver. His presence was powerful, almost overwhelming. He stopped in front of her, and for a long moment, they simply stared at each other. "Mother," he said, his voice soft, yet distant. Soraya's throat tightened. "Omari, my son. You've come back to me." But he did not smile. His eyes, though familiar, held a depth she did not recognize. "I have returned," he said, "but I am no longer the boy you knew." Soraya's heart clenched. "What do you mean?" Omari looked at her with a mixture of sadness and understanding. "The ocean has changed me. I am part of it now, just as I am part of you. But I cannot be what I once was." Soraya reached out to touch him, but her hand passed through him, like water slipping through her fingers. "Omari, please," her voice cracked. "I've made a bargain. I brought you back. I will do anything to have you back." Omari shook his head slowly, his golden eyes filled with a sadness that struck her to the core. "You've already given everything, mother," he said. "The price has been paid. The ocean has claimed its part." A wave of cold fear washed over Soraya as the realization hit her. She had given her soul to the ocean, but it had not returned her son as she had hoped. Instead, it had changed him. She had not won. The ocean had not returned him to her. Omari turned away, his figure slowly dissolving into the mist. "I must go," he whispered, his voice distant. "You will never be able to call me back." Soraya reached for him, but he was already gone. And with him, her last hope. Soraya collapsed onto the wet sand, her body trembling. The waves curled around her feet, retreating and returning like the breath of a restless beast. The ocean had taken everything from her. It had taken Omari's body and now his soul, twisting him into something neither human nor entirely of the sea. The price had been paid. But the ocean was never satisfied. A chilling wind swept through the shore, carrying whispers that slithered into her ears. Voices of the deep. They spoke of broken bargains and unfulfilled debts. She had given her soul, but she still lived. The ocean had not taken her body, only bound her essence to its eternal depths. She was something unnatural now, neither fully mortal nor fully spirit. The price was far greater than she had imagined. A shadow flickered in the waters before her. A towering figure, wrapped in mist and waves, began to rise from the ocean's heart. The Ocean King. His form was not of flesh but of shifting tides, his eyes glowing like the depths of the sea. His presence was overwhelming, a force that bent the air around him. He stared down at Soraya, his gaze heavy with power. "You thought you could defy me?" His voice was the rolling of thunder, the crash of waves against cliffs. Soraya forced herself to her feet. She was weak, but she would not kneel. Not to him. Not after all he had stolen. "I paid your price," she said, her voice hoarse but firm. "I gave you my soul. I gave you everything. Why have you cursed him? Why have you cursed me?" The Ocean King studied her, his expression unreadable. "You did not bring him back to life, foolish queen. You merely gave him to the ocean." Soraya's breath caught in her throat. "No. He is mine now," the Ocean King continued. "He walks between two worlds, but he will never belong to either. He will never be yours." The words cut deeper than any blade. Soraya staggered, her knees nearly giving way. She had fought so hard, endured so much, only to be left with nothing. "No," she whispered again, but the truth was undeniable. Omari was no longer her son. He was something else now, something beyond her reach. The Ocean King leaned closer, his gaze piercing. "You still draw breath, Queen Soraya. But your soul belongs to me. That means you are bound to the sea, and the sea is bound to you." Soraya clenched her fists. "Then I will find a way to break the bond." A deep, rumbling laughter rolled from the Ocean King's throat, sending ripples across the water. "Foolish woman. There is no breaking what is eternal. You are mine now. You will walk the land, but you will always hear the call of the sea. And when your time comes, you will not find rest." Soraya's chest heaved, rage boiling in her veins. "You think you have won," she hissed. "You think I will submit?" The Ocean King tilted his head, intrigued. "You have no choice." A cruel smile spread across Soraya's lips. "I always have a choice." With that, she turned her back on the sea and walked away. The Ocean King did not stop her. But his laughter followed her all the way back to Zuma. The return to Zuma was not the grand, victorious homecoming Soraya had once imagined. The city was tense, its people still shaken from the storm that had nearly swallowed them. They spoke in hushed voices, eyes darting toward the sea as if expecting it to rise again at any moment. And Soraya. She was no longer the queen they had known. Her steps were lighter, as if she barely touched the earth. Her skin shimmered faintly in the moonlight, as though the ocean's mark was etched into her very being. She had not slept since she left the shadow waters, but she did not feel tired. She felt different. Her breath no longer misted in the cold air. Her heart no longer raced in fear. The whispers of the ocean echoed in her mind, calling to her, reminding her that she did not belong here anymore. But she ignored them. She had unfinished business. As she approached the palace gates, the guards hesitated before letting her in. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty, their hands tightening around their spears. They did not trust her anymore. Soraya met their stares and stepped forward anyway. Inside the grand halls, the air was thick with tension. The golden chandeliers flickered as if even the flames feared what had come upon them. King Toby sat upon his throne, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Queen Naomi sat with a hand resting on her rounded belly. They had already moved on. Soraya's lip curled. The moment she entered, silence fell over the court. All eyes turned to her. She could see it in their faces, the fear, the unease, the knowledge that she was not the same woman who had left. Toby's eyes darkened as he took her in. Soraya. His voice was calm, but she could hear the edge beneath it. You have returned. Soraya smiled, slow and deliberate. I have. Naomi tilted her head, her expression carefully composed. And what have you brought back with you? The question was innocent, but the meaning was clear. What are you now? Soraya stepped closer, her gaze never wavering. I have returned with knowledge. Toby leaned forward. Knowledge of what? Soraya's smile grew sharper. Of what is coming. The court murmured, shifting uneasily. Toby narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Soraya took another step, her presence commanding the room. The ocean does not forget. It does not forgive. Her voice was smooth, almost hypnotic. You may sit upon this throne. You may play your games of power and legacy. She turned her gaze to Naomi, who stiffened. But none of it will matter. Naomi's hand twitched over her stomach. You speak in riddles, Soraya. Soraya let out a small laugh. Do I? She turned back to Toby. The ocean came for my son. But it is not finished. It will come again. The tension in the room was suffocating. Toby's fingers curled against the throne's armrests. And what does it want? Soraya met his gaze, her eyes glinting like the deep sea. Vengeance. A hush fell over the court. Toby's jaw tightened. If you have brought a curse upon this kingdom, Soraya. Soraya simply smiled. The palace doors burst open, and a gust of wind swept through the chamber. The scent of salt filled the air, and a low rumbling, like distant thunder, echoed through the halls. The ocean had sent its warning. Soraya turned toward the sound, a knowing glimmer in her eyes. This was only the beginning. The torches lining the great hall flickered violently as a gust of wind howled through the palace. The doors swung wide, letting in a salty mist that curled through the air like ghostly fingers. Every noble, every servant, every guard in the room stood frozen, their eyes darting toward the stormy night beyond the entrance. The scent of the sea was thick, too thick. It did not belong here, this deep within the heart of Zuma. Soraya did not flinch. She had felt it before. The ocean was watching. King Toby's grip on the throne's armrest tightened, his knuckles pale against his dark skin. Guards, he commanded, his voice steady but low, shut the doors. Two warriors rushed forward, gripping the heavy doors and pushing with all their might. The wind resisted them, forcing them back as though unseen hands held them open. Then, a sound filled the hall. A low, echoing moan. It was not the sound of the wind. It was something deeper, something ancient. A voice carried across the palace, rippling like water over stone. She is marked. The words slithered through the air, neither spoken nor shouted, but felt. The warriors recoiled as the temperature in the hall dropped. Toby's face darkened. Who dares enter my palace with tricks and illusions? Soraya turned her head slightly, listening. She knew that voice. It was the ocean itself, speaking through the mist. They are watching. She could almost feel eyes on her, thousands of them, hidden beneath the waves, peering from the depths. Queen Naomi shifted uncomfortably on her throne, her hands resting protectively over her swollen belly. What sorcery is this? She hissed, her voice laced with fear. Soraya took a slow step forward, her bare feet barely making a sound against the polished stone floor. "The ocean is not done with us," she murmured, tilting her chin slightly upward. Toby's glare snapped to her. "Enough of your riddles, Soraya." He rose from his throne, towering over her. "You returned to my palace after vanishing into the sea, bringing whispers of doom and curses. And now this." He gestured toward the mist creeping along the ground. "Explain yourself, now." Soraya met his gaze, her expression unreadable. "You do not command the ocean, Toby." A clap of thunder roared outside, shaking the very walls of the palace. The torches flickered wildly, casting strange shadows over the faces of the nobles. The voice spoke again. "She has eaten of the deep. She has stolen what was ours. And now, the debt must be paid." The mist curled around Soraya's ankles, swirling in hypnotic patterns. Toby turned to the palace priest, an elderly man draped in white robes, who had been watching the scene with wide, fearful eyes. "What does this mean?" the king demanded. The priest stepped forward hesitantly, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Great king, this is no mere omen. This is a warning." "A warning of what?" Naomi asked, gripping the arms of her throne. The priest hesitated. "The ocean, it does not send voices without purpose. If it speaks, it is because something was taken. And when the sea is robbed," he swallowed, "it takes in return." A pregnant silence fell over the hall. All eyes turned to Soraya. She felt their gazes, their judgment, their fear. But she did not lower her head. Because she knew. She knew what the ocean had come for. Omari. Her son was alive, but he was not truly hers anymore. And the sea wanted him back. Far from the palace, deep in the mangrove forests where the land met the sea, a boy sat at the edge of a quiet lagoon. His skin was darker now, kissed by the shadows of the deep. His hair, once thick like his father's, now shimmered faintly with strands of silver blue, like the crest of a wave under moonlight. His eyes, once the warm brown of the earth, had changed. They were vast now, endless, like staring into the open sea. He was alone. But he was never truly alone. The whispers of the ocean spoke to him, curling around his thoughts, seeping into his dreams. They called to him, sang to him, promised him things he did not yet understand. He dipped his fingers into the water, and the ripples that spread were unnatural. They shimmered with a glow that should not have been there. Omari lifted his gaze. The water stirred. A shape moved beneath the surface. Then, from the depths, something rose. A figure. Her face was smooth, her hair flowing like ink in the water, her eyes the color of storm clouds. She did not belong to this world, not truly, and yet here she was, emerging from the deep to gaze upon the boy. Omari did not flinch. The woman tilted her head, studying him. "You hear them, don't you?" He said nothing. She took another step, the water rising with her. "You are no longer just of the land. You belong to the tides now." Omari finally spoke, his voice softer than it had once been. "Who are you?" A slow, knowing smile curled her lips. "I am your sister." The lagoon stilled. Omari's breath caught. "My sister is dead," he said. The woman's smile did not fade. "Is she?" A cold shiver ran down his spine. And from the darkness beneath the water, something shifted. Something stirred. Omari had been reborn into a world he did not understand. But the ocean understood. And it was coming for him. Omari stared at the woman who had emerged from the water, his heart pounding in his chest. "My sister is dead." He had never known her, never seen her, but he had heard the whispers. He had heard his mother speak of the mermaid she had slain. And now, this woman, this creature, stood before him, claiming to be of his blood. His fingers twitched, and the water beneath them rippled unnaturally. He was changing. He could feel it. The woman tilted her head, watching him with patient amusement. "You don't believe me," she murmured. "But you will." Omari swallowed hard. "Who are you?" She stepped forward, the water rising around her, caressing her form like a living thing. "I was taken before I could take my first breath," she said softly. "Before my song could be sung. Before my destiny could be fulfilled." Omari's breath hitched. The mermaid. The one his mother had eaten. The woman smiled. "Yes, little brother. I am the daughter of the Ocean King. And you are the child born of my stolen flesh." The water around him stirred violently, as if the very sea had heard her words and responded. Omari's mind reeled. If that was true, then what did that make him? The woman reached out a slender hand. "Come with me," she said. "You belong to the ocean now. Let me show you the world beneath the waves." Omari hesitated. The voice in his head, the voice that had been whispering to him ever since his return, urged him forward. But another voice, fainter, held him back. His mother. Soraya's face flashed in his mind, the desperation in her eyes, the love in her trembling hands when she had held him again. She had fought for him, given everything to bring him back. Would he abandon her now? The woman seemed to sense his hesitation. Her eyes darkened slightly. "You cannot run from what you are, Omari." She took another step forward, the water swirling higher. "The land will never accept you. The sea is your true home." Omari clenched his fists. "I don't know what I am." Her lips curled into a knowing smile. "Then let me show you." The ocean pulsed beneath them, waiting. Back in Zuma, King Toby's patience had finally snapped. The ocean's warning still echoed through the halls, and the mist had yet to fully vanish. The torches burned low, their flames flickering as if the very air was cursed. He turned on Soraya, his eyes blazing with fury. "What have you done?" Soraya lifted her chin. "I have done what I must." Toby slammed his fist against the arm of his throne. "You have brought a curse upon this kingdom. The ocean threatens us, and you stand there as if this is a game." Soraya's lips twitched in the faintest of smiles. "You cannot fight the ocean, Toby." The king's nostrils flared. "I will not bow to it either." He turned to his war council, who had been standing uneasily in the shadows. "We must be prepared. If the ocean comes for Zuma, we will be ready." The palace priest's eyes widened in horror. "You cannot wage war against the gods of the sea. It would be madness." Toby's gaze was like stone. "And allowing them to take what is mine would not be." A murmur spread through the court. The ocean had made its demand. It wanted Omari. Would the king give him up to save the kingdom? Naomi's voice cut through the silence. "If the ocean is angry because of Soraya's deeds, then it is she who must pay the price." All eyes turned to the second queen. She sat regally on her throne, her hands folded over her swollen belly, her expression calm but calculating. Soraya smirked. "You think sacrificing me will save you?" Naomi's lips curled into a slow smile. "I think the gods must be repaid. And if it is you they want, then why should we all suffer for your sins?" Soraya tilted her head slightly, as if considering. "You believe the ocean will take me and simply forget the boy?" A tense silence followed. Soraya took a step forward, her presence commanding. "You are a fool, Naomi. The ocean does not make half bargains. It will not stop until it has everything it is owed." Toby's jaw tightened. He hated her, hated that she had been the cause of this disaster. But deep down, he knew she was right. The ocean wanted Omari. And if he did not act soon, it would come for everything. Omari stood at the edge of the lagoon, staring into the depths. His supposed sister watched him patiently, her gaze unreadable. The whispers of the sea grew louder in his head. He could feel something shifting inside him. A power that had always been there, waiting. A power that had awakened the moment he had been pulled back from death. The ocean had not let him go. And now, he had to make a choice. Stay on land, and fight against what he was becoming. Or surrender to the sea, and become something new. The water rippled at his feet. His sister reached for him once more. "Come home, Omari." The sea was waiting. Omari's heart pounded in his chest. The ocean whispered his name, wrapping around him like an invisible current, pulling him toward its embrace. The woman, his supposed sister, watched him with patient, expectant eyes, her outstretched hand shimmering like a mirage under the moonlight. "Come home." The words rang in his mind, not just from her lips, but from the sea itself. The tide lapped at his feet, calling to him, waiting. He took a step forward. Then, he stopped. A voice, softer, but just as powerful, rose in his thoughts. His mother. Soraya's voice was not as loud as the ocean's call, but it was filled with something else. Love. Desperation. Hope. He clenched his fists. "If I go with you," he said, turning his gaze to the woman in the water, "what will I become?" The woman's lips curled into an unreadable smile. "You will become what you were meant to be. Not a prince of the land. Not a child of kings. But a ruler of the deep." Omari swallowed. "And if I refuse?" The woman's expression did not change, but something in the air around her grew heavier. The ocean does not take rejection kindly. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The waves grew restless, and the lagoon's once calm waters churned. The air smelled of salt and storm. A choice was being forced upon him. His body felt different. The changes had already begun, the whispers, the strange way the water moved when he touched it, the feeling that his feet were no longer meant for dry land. But there was still time. He turned his back on the woman and began to walk away. "You cannot run from the sea, little brother," she called after him, her voice as smooth as the rolling tide. "It is inside you. It is you." Omari didn't turn back. But as he stepped onto solid ground, the waves crashed violently behind him, as if warning him that he had made a mistake. For now, he had chosen land. But the ocean was patient. It would come for him again. Back in Zuma, the tension in the palace was thick as storm clouds. King Toby sat in the council chambers, his face dark with anger. The elders of the kingdom whispered among themselves, their voices uneasy. "The sea will not stop until it has what it wants," one of the oldest councilmen said, his wrinkled hands gripping the edge of the table. "The boy is marked. He should be given to them." Toby's jaw clenched. "I will not sacrifice my son." "He is no longer just your son, my king," another elder said cautiously. "He is something else now. Something unnatural." The murmurs grew louder. Then, Naomi spoke. "If the ocean is angry, then let us be rid of the cause," she said smoothly, her hands resting protectively over her belly. "We still have a future. We still have my child." Soraya, standing near the edge of the room, let out a bitter laugh. "You truly believe giving me to the ocean will stop this?" She shook her head. "Foolish woman. You do not understand the ways of the deep. The ocean does not just want revenge, it wants balance." Naomi's eyes flashed. "Then let it take you instead of destroying us all." Soraya stepped forward, her presence commanding despite the danger that surrounded her. "The ocean will take what it is owed. It will come for all of you, not just me." She turned her gaze to Toby. "You cannot fight it. You cannot rule over it as you rule over this kingdom." The king's face darkened. "I will not surrender my throne to the sea." "Then you will drown with it," Soraya said simply. The chamber fell into silence. For the first time, the mighty King Toby looked uncertain. And Naomi, sensing the shift in power, clenched her hands into fists. She would not let Soraya regain control. Not now. Not ever. The next morning, the first village was swallowed. The people of Zuma awoke to find the eastern coastlines gone, devoured by the ocean. The waves had risen in the night, creeping onto the land like silent hunters, dragging entire homes into the depths. The air smelled of salt and despair. Fishermen who had set out before dawn never returned. Their boats drifted back, empty, torn apart by unseen hands. And from the sea, a voice echoed over the land. Return the child, or the waves will rise. The kingdom was thrown into chaos. Mothers wept for lost sons, fathers stood in stunned horror at the destruction. The people turned to their king, but their king had no answers. And in the heart of the palace, Soraya stood at the window, watching the tides consume the land. The ocean was done waiting. It was coming. The wails of mourning filled the streets of Zuma. Women clutched their children to their chests, whispering desperate prayers to the gods. Fishermen refused to enter the waters, their boats left to rot on the shore. Merchants fled inland, their carts overloaded with whatever belongings they could salvage. The kingdom was dying, slowly being swallowed by the wrath of the ocean. And the people had begun to talk. It started as whispers, the child must go. Then it became murmurs, the king must choose. And now, it was a demand. A large crowd had gathered outside the palace gates, their faces gaunt with fear and desperation. The cries of men, women, and elders rang out like a single, deafening voice. Give the ocean what it wants. Save Zuma. Inside the palace, King Toby sat motionless on his throne, staring at nothing. His fingers dug into the carved wood of his seat, his knuckles white. The weight of a kingdom's survival pressed upon him, heavier than any crown he had ever worn. His son. His own blood. The child who had returned from death, the child whose very existence had summoned the fury of the sea. Could he truly give him up? A hand rested on his shoulder. He looked up to find Naomi standing beside him, her expression calm, unreadable. My king, she murmured, you must decide before the ocean decides for you. Toby's throat tightened. Was there truly a choice left? Soraya knew what was coming. She could see it in the way the guards avoided her eyes. In the way the servants whispered behind her back. In the way Naomi walked through the palace like a vulture circling a dying beast. She knew what they wanted. They wanted her son. And she would never let them have him. She found Omari in the quiet of the gardens, sitting beneath the twisted branches of the sacred baobab tree. His fingers trailed through a bowl of water he had set before him, and as she approached, she saw the liquid move, not from the wind, not from his touch, but from something deeper. Something within him. She knelt beside him, gently placing her hands over his. Omari, she whispered. He did not look at her. His dark eyes were fixed on the water, watching as it shifted and swirled like a living thing. It calls to me, he said softly. The sea. It wants me. Soraya's heart clenched. You are not theirs, she said fiercely. You are my son. You belong to me. Omari finally met her gaze. Then why do I feel like I don't? She cupped his face in her hands. Because they are trying to steal you from me. But I will not let them. Do you hear me, Omari? I will not let them. A shadow passed over his face, a sadness too heavy for a child to bear. What if I am meant to go? Soraya's grip tightened. No. The wind carried the distant sound of the angry crowd outside the palace walls. Their cries grew louder. And Soraya knew, she was running out of time. That night, as the torches burned low and the palace halls lay shrouded in uneasy silence, the king made his decision. He could not fight the ocean. He could not sacrifice his kingdom. He could not let his people suffer for the sins of one woman. And so, as the moon reached its highest peak, the guards entered Soraya's chambers. She had been waiting. The moment the door creaked open, she lunged, grabbing the ceremonial dagger hidden beneath her robes. The first guard barely had time to react before she drove the blade into his side. The second guard, however, was quicker. A hand seized her wrist, twisting it cruelly. Pain shot up her arm as the dagger clattered to the floor. "Take her," came the cold voice of the palace commander. Soraya struggled, screamed, cursed, but it was useless. They had come for her. And worse, they had come for her son. As they dragged her through the halls, she saw Naomi standing in the shadows, her arms crossed over her pregnant belly. The second queen smiled. Soraya's blood boiled. "You," she spat. "You did this." Naomi tilted her head slightly, feigning innocence. "The ocean must be appeased, sister." Soraya thrashed against the guard's grip, but it was hopeless. They were taking her to the dungeons. And soon, they would come for Omari. Unless she stopped them first. The moment Soraya was locked away, the preparations began. By dawn, a boat would be sent out into the raging sea. Omari would be placed upon it. And the ocean would take what it was owed. King Toby stood on the palace balcony, watching as the waves crashed violently against the shore. The mist had returned, curling through the streets like ghostly fingers. A terrible feeling settled in his chest. This was not just the rage of the ocean. This was a warning. Naomi approached him from behind, her voice soft and smooth. "You are making the right choice." Toby did not respond. Was he? Or had he just sealed his kingdom's fate? The air in the dungeon was thick with dampness, the scent of rot and salt water clinging to the stone walls. Soraya sat on the cold ground, her wrists bound, her mind racing. Time was slipping away. Above her, the palace bustled with preparations for Omari's sacrifice. She could hear the hurried footsteps of the guards, the murmurs of servants, the distant roar of the crowd outside the gates. They were all waiting for the moment the king would surrender his son to the sea. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She had to get out. She had to save him. A soft scuffling sound made her snap her head up. A small figure slipped through the shadows, moving swiftly toward her. "Mother," a whisper came. Soraya's breath caught. Amina. The young servant girl, barely 12 seasons old, knelt beside her, her wide eyes filled with fear. "The palace is restless," she said, her voice shaking. "The people say the ocean will not stop until the prince is gone." Soraya reached out, gripping Amina's hands tightly. "And what do you believe?" Amina swallowed hard. "I believe you, my queen." She glanced toward the heavy iron door. "There is no time. They will come for the prince before the sun rises." Soraya's heart pounded. "Then help me. Please." Amina hesitated, then pulled a small, sharp dagger from beneath her robes. "I stole this from the armory," she whispered. "I will cut your bonds, but you must go quickly." Soraya's throat tightened with emotion. This child was risking everything for her. "I will not forget this, little one," she murmured. Amina sliced through the ropes, and Soraya's hands fell free. Ignoring the pain in her stiff limbs, she forced herself to her feet. There was no time for gratitude. Only escape. Only Omari. Omari sat on the floor of his chambers, staring out at the restless sea. He could feel it, the pull, the whispers, the hunger. The ocean had called to him all his life. Now, it was demanding him. He knew what was coming. He had heard the guards whispering outside his door. He had seen the way his father refused to meet his eyes. By sunrise, he would be taken to the water. He should have been afraid. Instead, he felt calm. Or perhaps, resigned. The door creaked open, and his father stepped inside. The great King Toby, ruler of Zuma, conqueror of lands, stood before him now as a man, not a king. For the first time, Omari saw the sorrow in his father's face. Toby knelt before his son. He did not speak for a long time. Finally, he whispered, "I am sorry." Omari looked at him, his young face unreadable. "Are you?" The king flinched. "Would you have done this," Omari continued, his voice eerily calm, "if I were the son of your other queen?" Toby's silence was answer enough. Omari turned his gaze back to the ocean. "Then you are not sorry?" Toby bowed his head, shame heavy in his chest. "I wish there was another way." Omari did not look at him. "There always is." The words cut deeper than any blade. Toby rose to his feet, feeling like the lowest man in his own kingdom. "Sleep, my son." But Omari did not sleep. He sat awake, waiting for the moment they would come for him. Soraya moved through the palace like a shadow, slipping past the guards who had grown complacent. They believed her to be locked away. They had underestimated her. She reached the courtyard, where the horses were kept. The moonlight glinted off the golden saddles of the royal steeds, but she could not take one. The sound of hooves would alert the guards. She had to go on foot. She pressed herself against the palace walls, moving quickly through the pathways that led to the eastern wing, where Omari was being kept. She was nearly there when a voice stopped her. "I expected you to try something like this." Soraya spun around, her breath catching. "Naomi." The second queen stood in her path, a soft smirk playing on her lips. She was draped in royal silks, her rounded belly proof of the child she carried, the child she believed would be the only heir. Soraya's fingers tightened around the hilt of her dagger. "Move." Naomi did not move. "You are a mother," she said softly, tilting her head. "You fight for your child." She placed a hand over her stomach. "So do I." Soraya's jaw clenched. "You do not fight. You betray." Naomi laughed, a soft, wicked sound. "And you? You are no different." Soraya knew she could not waste time. Every second spent here was a second closer to losing Omari forever. So she lunged. Naomi was fast, but Soraya was faster. She grabbed the second queen by the wrist, twisting it hard. Naomi gasped in pain, her body jerking backward. Soraya leaned in close, her voice a deadly whisper. "If my son dies, you will not live to see yours born." Naomi's eyes flashed with fury. But before she could respond, Soraya shoved her aside and ran. The door to Omari's chambers was just ahead. And behind her, the storm was rising. Before the sun could rise, the people of Zuma woke to a terrible sound. The sea was screaming. The waves crashed against the shores with monstrous force, surging past the beaches, swallowing the lower villages in one violent rush. The mist thickened, curling around the palace like a serpent, creeping through the streets, sinking into the cracks of the city. The ocean was inside Zuma now. A great shadow rose from the depths, a figure taller than any man, its glowing eyes filled with ancient rage. The Ocean King had come. And he had not come for one child. He had come for all. The palace trembled as a deep, echoing voice filled the air, a voice that rumbled like crashing waves, ancient and terrible. "You have taken from me. Now, I take from you." The Ocean King's form towered over the city, his body shifting like liquid and solid all at once. His eyes glowed an unnatural blue, burning with an anger older than time itself. With a single motion of his great hand, the ocean surged forward, swallowing the lower city in a monstrous wave. Homes were torn from their foundations, screaming villagers swept away as the water devoured everything in its path. Inside the palace, King Toby stood frozen, watching his kingdom drown before his eyes. Naomi, now pale with fear, clutched her belly and turned to him. "You should have given the child to the sea when you had the chance." Toby's hands clenched into fists. "There is still time." But Naomi only shook her head. "No. The sea does not bargain. It only takes. A deafening crack split the air as another surge of water smashed through the palace gates. The ocean was inside the royal halls now. There would be no running. The Ocean King took a step forward, and with each movement, the tides obeyed his command. "Bring me the boy." His voice shook the heavens. And then the great doors of the eastern wing burst open. Soraya ran into the throne room, her robes soaked from the rising waters, her hair wild, her dagger clutched tightly in her hand. And behind her, Omari. The boy stood beside his mother, his dark eyes locked onto the towering figure outside. And for the first time, the Ocean King hesitated. Omari did not cower. He did not hide. Instead, he took a step forward, toward the god of the sea. And he spoke. The throne room fell silent. Even the crashing waves seemed to pause as the boy faced the Ocean King. Omari's voice was quiet, but it carried through the air like an unshakable current. "Why must I die for the sins of others?" The Ocean King's glowing eyes narrowed. "You are born of stolen blood," he said. "Your life belongs to the sea." Omari did not flinch. "Did I take it?" The god did not answer. Omari stepped closer. "Did I kill your daughter?" Soraya gasped, reaching for him, but the boy did not stop. He walked until he stood at the very edge of the flooded throne room, where the water lapped at his feet. She begged for her life, the Ocean King growled, his voice a thunderous wave. She pleaded for mercy. And yet, she was slain. Omari's gaze flickered toward his mother. Soraya lowered her head, her face filled with grief, but she did not deny it. The truth hung between them like a noose. The boy turned back to the god. "Then take the one who killed her." A gasp echoed through the room. Soraya's eyes widened. "Omari, no." Omari lifted a hand, silencing her. "You want vengeance, don't you?" he said, his voice steady. "Then take the one who spilled your daughter's blood." The Ocean King's expression twisted with fury. "You would offer your own mother." Omari's hands curled into fists. "I offer fairness." A murmur ran through the watching nobles. The boy was bargaining with a god. Toby took a slow step forward. His voice was hoarse. "He is just a child." Omari turned toward him, his eyes dark as the ocean's depths. "But you were not." The words struck the king like a blow. Omari looked back at the Ocean King. "You came for me because I was born of stolen magic. But she," he pointed at Soraya, "is the one who made the bargain. She is the one who spilled innocent blood." The Ocean King considered the boy for a long moment. His massive form shifted, the waters stirring in anticipation. And then, he spoke. "If the mother is given," he rumbled, "the child shall live." The room fell into chaos. "No." Soraya's voice cut through the air. She pulled Omari behind her, shielding him with her body. "If I die, who will protect him?" Toby took a sharp breath. He had never seen Soraya plead for anything before. Omari's small hand clutched the back of her robe. "Mother." She turned, kneeling before him, cupping his face in her trembling hands. "I will not let you die," she whispered. "I will not let them take you." Tears welled in Omari's eyes, but he shook his head. "Then I will go with you." Her heart shattered. A massive wave crashed against the palace, shaking the walls. The Ocean King was losing patience. "Decide." Soraya looked up at the god, then back at her son. And she knew there was no choice at all. She rose to her feet and turned to face the Ocean King. Her fate had been sealed the moment she killed his daughter. "Then take me," she said, her voice strong. Toby surged forward. "Soraya, no." She turned to him, her expression unreadable. "You should have fought for him," she said simply. "But you did not." her words cut deeper than any blade. She turned back to Omari. Her hands brushed over his face one last time. "Live, my son." And before anyone could stop her, Soraya stepped into the water. The ocean roared as the waves pulled Soraya under. The last thing she saw was Omari's face, his tears mixing with the seawater that swallowed her whole. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the Ocean King lifted his hand, and the great tide that had risen over Zuma stopped. The city, the palace, the people, all frozen in that single, breathless moment. Then, the waves receded. The mist unraveled. The howling wind softened into a whisper. The palace, though flooded and broken, still stood. And Omari still stood. The Ocean King turned his gaze upon the boy, and for the first time, there was something in his glowing eyes that was not rage. Something that almost resembled respect. "She paid the price," he said. "And so, you shall live." And then, just as suddenly as he had come, the Ocean King was gone. The storm ceased. The ocean stilled. And the people of Zuma, drenched and trembling, realized they had survived. But at what cost? Omari stood at the edge of the water, his small hands clenched at his sides. His mother was gone. His father had betrayed them both. And the ocean had won. But in its victory, it had left behind something else. Something far more dangerous. A boy who had faced the wrath of a god, and lived. The air was thick with the scent of salt and ruin. The palace, once a mighty fortress, now stood broken, soaked in ocean water and the cries of its people. Omari did not move. He stood at the edge of the great hall, staring at the retreating waves. Somewhere beneath them, his mother lay in the cold, dark depths. Dead. A single tear rolled down his cheek, lost in the water that dripped from his soaked skin. He did not sob. He did not wail. But inside his chest, something heavy twisted, turning his sorrow into something else. Something dangerous. Behind him, voices rose in fearful murmurs. The Ocean King has spared us. But at what cost? The boy, is he still cursed? King Toby finally stepped forward, his robes drenched, his face pale. He had survived, just barely. The weight of what had just happened pressed down on him, but his gaze remained fixed on his son. Omari turned. Their eyes met. For the first time, Toby saw something in his son that frightened him. Not the face of a child. Not the boy who had once clung to his mother's robes. Omari looked at him as if he were nothing. As if he were a stranger. Toby swallowed hard. "Come, my son." But Omari did not move. His voice, when he spoke, was quiet but sharp as a blade. "I am not your son." The words struck Toby harder than the waves had. A hush fell over the nobles. The servants. The soldiers. The prince, the child for whom a mother had died, had just rejected his own father. And in the silence, Naomi stepped forward. She was still holding her belly, the child inside her kicking wildly as if sensing the storm in the air. "Omari," she said carefully, her voice laced with a sweetness that did not reach her eyes. "You are upset. But the sea has left you. That means you are free. You are still the Prince of Zuma. The heir." Omari turned to her. For a moment, he said nothing. Then, his lips curled into something that was almost a smile, but it held no warmth. "The heir," he echoed softly. Naomi hesitated. "Yes. You are the firstborn." Omari's smile faded. His gaze dropped to her stomach. "No," he murmured. "I am not." Naomi stiffened. Toby stepped closer. "Omari, listen to." But Omari was already turning away. The boy walked, step by step, toward the open palace doors, toward the drowned city. And no one stopped him. Because for the first time in Zuma's long history, no one knew what this child had become. The storm had passed, but the city of Zuma would never be the same. Fishermen pulled bodies from the streets. Women wept for husbands lost to the waves. The temple drums, once symbols of strength and power, now beat with the sorrow of the fallen. And the people whispered. They whispered about the boy. The sea should have taken him. He stood before a god and did not bow. He is cursed. Omari walked through the ruined streets, his bare feet sinking into the wet sand. The water had retreated, but it had left behind wreckage, broken homes, and shattered lives. Some villagers watched him pass, their faces twisted with fear. Others averted their eyes. No one reached for him. No one called his name. At last, he reached the edge of the city, where the great cliffs met the ocean. He stood at the very edge, looking down at the raging sea below. The waters churned, dark and restless. He could feel it, a connection he did not understand. Then, from the depths, a voice rose. You still hear me? Omari's breath caught. His small hands clenched at his sides. The voice was not loud. It did not shake the skies or threaten destruction. It was soft. It was steady. It came from the water, and yet, it came from within him, too. He did not answer. But he did not turn away. Because he knew, deep in his bones, that the ocean had not let him go. It had only begun. Back in the palace, Naomi sat in her chambers, her hands resting on her belly. The child inside her had settled, but the unease in her heart had not. She had seen the look in Omari's eyes. That boy is not a prince. He is something else. And she would not let him take her child's place. A soft knock sounded at the door. Enter, she called. The door creaked open, and a hooded figure slipped inside. Is it done? Naomi whispered. The figure lowered their hood, revealing an old woman with eyes sharp as a hawk's. The royal healer. A woman who knew many things, including the art of poisons. She held out a small vial. A liquid as clear as water swirled inside. Naomi took it carefully, her fingers trembling. One drop, the healer murmured. And the ocean's mark will be no more. Naomi exhaled. She had made her decision. The prince would not live to see the sunrise. Because Zuma did not need a cursed heir. It needed a king. The halls of the palace were eerily silent that night. The storm had left the kingdom shaken, and grief hung thick in the air. But in the shadows, another storm brewed, one unseen, one whispered behind closed doors. Naomi stood in the royal kitchen, watching the servants prepare the evening meal. Her fingers tightened around the small vial hidden in her robes. Just one drop. She glanced around. The cooks bustled about, stirring pots, slicing fresh fruit, roasting meat over open flames. Then she saw it, the golden goblet. Omari's. She moved swiftly. When no one was looking, she uncorked the vial and let a single drop slip into the prince's drink. The liquid was clear, tasteless. No one would ever suspect. By the time the cup reached him, it would be too late. She turned, smoothing her expression. No one had seen her. But as she walked back to her chambers, she could still hear the healer's words in her mind. One drop, and the ocean's mark will be no more. She exhaled slowly. It had to be done. Omari sat alone in the grand dining hall. The room was too large for just one child. The empty seats made it feel even colder. Once, his mother had sat beside him, her warmth a shield against the loneliness. But now, there was no one. No one except the ghosts of the past. A servant placed the golden goblet before him. Your drink, my prince. Omari did not speak. He only nodded. His fingers brushed the rim of the cup. He should have felt thirsty, exhausted. But something felt off. A ripple ran through his veins, something foreign. Something unseen. And then, he heard it again. The voice. Do not drink. Omari's eyes widened. His fingers froze. The ocean was speaking to him. His heart pounded. He looked around the room, but there was no one there, just the flickering torches and the heavy silence of the palace. Slowly, he lowered the cup. He did not drink. Instead, he sat in the quiet, listening. And the voice came again. They want you dead. A chill ran down his spine. For the first time, Omari realized the truth. He was not safe in this palace. And the true enemy was not the ocean. It was the ones who called themselves his family. Naomi waited. She sat in her chambers, hands folded in her lap, her breath shallow. Any moment now, a servant would come rushing in with the news, the prince was dead. The ocean's curse had been broken. But the minutes stretched. Nothing came. A single knock on her door made her heart leap. She stood quickly, smoothing her robes. Yes. The door opened, and a palace guard stepped in. His expression was unreadable. The prince, he said. Naomi forced a calm nod. Yes. He did not drink the poison. Naomi's stomach turned to ice. What? He left the dining hall untouched. He has retired to his chambers. Her hands clenched into fists. How? The poison was undetectable, there was no reason for him to suspect anything. Unless... She swallowed hard. Unless something was protecting him. Something greater than she had anticipated. Omari sat on the floor of his chambers, staring at the untouched goblet in his hands. The voice in his head had saved him. But it had done more than that. It had changed something inside him. He could feel it now, the pull of the water. He turned to the large clay basin in the corner of his room, filled with fresh water for washing. Slowly, cautiously, he reached out a hand. The water stirred. His breath caught. He moved his fingers slightly, and the water moved with him. Omari's eyes widened. His heart pounded. He had always felt the ocean's presence, but now, it was inside him. This was not just a mark. It was a power. And if Naomi thought she could kill him, she had made one mistake. She had left him alive long enough to become something greater. Morning came with whispers. The nobles spoke of the storm, of the deaths, of the Ocean King's wrath. But another rumor had begun to spread, one that sent chills down their spines. The prince had survived. Omari walked through the halls of the palace, head held high. Servants flinched as he passed. Guards stepped aside. Even the nobles averted their eyes. Because they had all expected him to die. And yet, he was still here. Still breathing. Still watching. And he knew now, beyond any doubt, this kingdom was not his home. It was his prison. But soon, very soon, it would become his kingdom. Or it would fall. The night air was thick with tension. Beyond the palace walls, the waves crashed against the shores, their rhythm uneven, restless, like an angry heartbeat. Inside the great hall, King Toby sat upon his throne, deep in thought. The torches flickered, casting long shadows across his face. Around him, his council murmured among themselves, their voices laced with unease. The ocean spared the boy, one of the elders muttered, shaking his head. This is a bad omen. A curse, another added. He should not be alive. King Toby remained silent, his jaw tight. He had seen the way Omari looked at him. Not as a son. Not even as a prince. As an enemy. Finally, he raised a hand, silencing the murmurs. The child is my blood, he said, though the words felt empty even as he spoke them. He will be watched closely. He will not act against this kingdom. But even as he said it, doubt curled in his chest. Naomi sat at his side, her fingers lightly caressing the armrest of her seat. She did not speak. She did not need to. Because she knew something the others did not. Omari had not died. Which meant she had underestimated him. And that was something she would not do again. Omari stood on the palace balcony, staring out at the dark waves below. He could hear them now, not just crashing against the shore, but speaking. A voice, low and commanding, echoed in his mind. "You are not safe here." He closed his eyes. He knew it was true. His mother was gone. His father no longer saw him as a son. Naomi wanted him dead. And now, the ocean itself was calling him. Slowly, he lifted his hand, palm facing the sky. A gust of wind stirred around him. In the distance, the waves rose, ever so slightly, answering his unspoken call. He exhaled sharply. This power, whatever it was growing stronger. But what did it mean? Would he become like the Ocean King, bending the waters to his will? Or was he merely a pawn in a game far greater than himself? Behind him, a voice cut through the silence. "You felt it, didn't you?" Omari turned sharply. Standing in the shadows of the balcony entrance was an old woman. The royal healer. The same woman who had given Naomi the poison meant to kill him. He stiffened. "What do you want?" The woman stepped forward, her sharp eyes gleaming. "I came to see if the rumors were true," she murmured. "That the ocean did not just spare you, but that it has claimed you." Omari's fingers curled into fists. "You tried to kill me." The healer smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "I did as the queen asked. But I also knew something she did not." Omari frowned. "What?" The healer leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. "The ocean never lets go of what belongs to it." A chill ran down Omari's spine. "Belongs to it." The healer straightened, studying him. "You have two choices, boy. Stay here and wait for the palace to destroy you." Her gaze flickered toward the sea. "Or answer the call of the water." Omari's breath quickened. Could he really leave? Would the ocean take him? Or would it swallow him whole? He had no answers. But deep inside, he knew one thing. If he stayed, he would not live long enough to ask. Naomi paced in her chambers, her frustration boiling beneath her skin. Omari was still alive. And worse, he was changing. The way he carried himself. The way the servants whispered about him. He was no longer just a boy. He was becoming something else. A threat. Her hands pressed against her belly, feeling the steady kick of her unborn child. Her child, the true heir. The rightful future of Zuma. Omari had to go. She would not fail again. And this time, she would not rely on poison. She would use something much deadlier. The king's own hands. The next morning, Omari awoke to the sound of hurried footsteps outside his chamber. He sat up quickly, heart pounding. Something was wrong. A sharp knock rattled his door. "Prince Omari," a guard's voice called. "The king demands your presence." Omari hesitated. The summons felt different this time. The air was too still. The palace too quiet. Had the time come? Had Naomi finally turned his father against him? He rose from his bed and stepped toward the door. As soon as he opened it, two guards grabbed his arms. Omari tensed. "What is this?" "The king will speak with you in the Hall of Judgment," the guard said coldly. The Hall of Judgment. Omari's blood ran cold. That was where criminals were sentenced. Not princes. Not heirs. His heart pounded, but he said nothing as they led him down the long corridors of the palace. Servants turned away as he passed. He could see fear in their eyes. Not fear for him. Fear of him. They knew. Something had changed. When the great doors to the Hall of Judgment opened, Omari was shoved inside. His father sat upon his throne, his face dark with anger. Around him, the nobles whispered. Naomi sat at his side, her hands resting on her swollen belly, her expression carefully neutral. But her eyes held victory. Omari clenched his jaw. She had done it. She had finally convinced the king to turn against his own son. King Toby's voice was like thunder in the hall. "Prince Omari," he said, his tone heavy. "You stand before this court accused of treason." Omari barely kept his expression neutral. "Treason?" the nobles murmured. King Toby's fingers tightened on his throne. "The ocean has marked you. And now, there are whispers that you have embraced its curse." Omari felt every pair of eyes on him. Watching. Judging. Naomi had done more than accuse him. She had turned the entire kingdom against him. "I have done no such thing," Omari said, his voice steady. "I have always been loyal to Zuma." Naomi spoke then, her voice smooth like honey. "And yet, the ocean protects you. The storm that drowned cities spared only you. The night you were meant to die, you did not drink your wine." "Why?" Omari forced himself to remain calm. "Because I knew it was poisoned." Gasps filled the room. The nobles turned to look at Naomi. King Toby's eyes darkened. Poison. Naomi's expression did not change. A convenient lie. Who would dare poison a prince? Omari took a step forward. "You would." Naomi's eyes narrowed. "And what proof do you have of such a claim?" Omari had none. But the truth did not need proof. It only needed belief. And right now, belief was against him. King Toby's voice cut through the whispers. "Enough," he said. "Omari, you have always been my son. But I cannot ignore what is before me." Omari's hands clenched into fists. What was before him? A frightened court. A kingdom drowning in fear. A father too blind to see he was being played. Omari swallowed the bitterness in his throat. "And what is my punishment?" King Toby hesitated. His jaw was tight, his eyes conflicted. But Naomi spoke before he could answer. "He must be exiled." The words echoed in the hall. King Toby turned sharply toward her. "Exile?" Naomi nodded, her voice soft but firm. "If the ocean has truly marked him, then let the ocean take him." A hush fell over the room. And Omari understood. They were sending him to die. The guards escorted Omari to his chambers, giving him one final night within the palace before his exile. One final night to prepare for a fate he could not escape. He sat by the window, staring out at the ocean. The waves moved restlessly, whispering to him. Calling him. For the first time, he considered answering. A quiet knock pulled him from his thoughts. When he turned, he expected to see a guard. But it was the healer. The same woman who had tried to poison him. Omari's eyes narrowed. "What do you want?" The healer stepped forward, her face unreadable. "You do not belong here anymore, Prince Omari." "I know." She hesitated. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "That is why I have come to help you." Omari's eyes flickered with suspicion. "Why?" The healer knelt before him, her voice urgent. "Because I have seen your fate, child. And I know this, if you die, Zuma dies with you." The words sent a chill through him. Die. Zuma. What did she mean? The healer pulled a small pouch from her robes and pressed it into his hand. "Take this. It will help you survive the journey to the ocean." Omari hesitated before taking it. The pouch felt warm. Alive. The healer met his gaze. And when the ocean calls you, do not run. Then, without another word, she turned and left. Omari stared at the pouch in his hands. His fate had been decided. But was exile truly his end? Or was it only the beginning? The morning of Omari's exile arrived with an eerie stillness. No birds sang. No wind stirred the palm trees. Even the ocean, which had raged for days, now lay quiet, as if watching. A crowd gathered at the palace gates, their faces a mix of curiosity and unease. The people of Zuma had whispered of this day since the night the ocean spared him. Some believed the prince carried a great curse. Others believed the sea would take him back, dragging him into its depths as punishment for his mother's crime. King Toby sat upon his golden throne, silent and grim. Naomi stood beside him, her hands gently resting on her swollen belly. She had won. The future of Zuma now belonged to her unborn child. The guards pushed Omari forward. His hands were bound with thick rope, though he did not resist. He had already accepted that there was no escape from this. A deep voice broke the silence. "My son." Omari turned to face his father. King Toby's gaze was heavy, lined with something that almost looked like regret. But it was too late for regret now. "I give you one last chance," the king said. "Swear loyalty to me, renounce whatever power the ocean has given you, and I will spare you from this fate." Omari's heart pounded. Swear loyalty. To a father who had turned his back on him. To a kingdom that wanted him dead. His voice was steady when he answered. "I have always been loyal to Zuma." He lifted his chin. "But Zuma has never been loyal to me." Gasps rippled through the crowd. King Toby's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Naomi, however, smiled. That was all the confirmation she needed. She turned to the guards. "Take him to the shores," she ordered. "Let the ocean decide his fate." Omari held his head high as the guards shoved him forward. He was no longer a prince. He was no longer the heir to Zuma. But deep inside, he knew. His story was far from over. The path to the shore was long, winding through the outskirts of the city. The people of Zuma lined the streets, watching as the fallen prince was dragged toward his fate. Some whispered prayers. Others turned away, unwilling to meet his gaze. But a few looked at him with something else. Hope. They knew what Naomi did not. The ocean did not kill him that night. Which meant it had a purpose for him. By the time they reached the shore, the sun was high in the sky. The tide stretched far, the waves licking at the sand as if eager to claim him. The guards stopped at the water's edge. "This is where we leave you," one said. Omari looked at the endless horizon. For the first time, doubt crept into his mind. What if the ocean had no place for him? What if it simply swallowed him whole? A sharp pain shot through his palm. He looked down, remembering the small pouch the healer had given him. "And when the ocean calls you, do not run." Slowly, he untied the pouch. Inside was a small shell, smooth and glowing faintly. He ran his fingers over it. The moment he did, a voice echoed in his mind. "You are not alone." Omari inhaled sharply. The ocean was speaking to him. And this time, he was ready to answer. With one last look at the kingdom that had cast him out, Omari stepped into the water. The waves rushed forward, wrapping around him. Then, without warning, the sea pulled him under. The people on the shore gasped. Some screamed. Others turned and fled, unwilling to watch what they believed was a prince's final breath. But Omari did not struggle. He did not fight. He let the ocean take him. And as the water swallowed him whole, a new journey began. Darkness swallowed Omari as the ocean dragged him beneath the waves. The water pressed against his skin, heavy and endless. He held his breath, waiting for the crushing weight of the sea to consume him. But something strange happened. The water was warm. Not cold and merciless like he had expected. Instead, it wrapped around him like an embrace, as if the sea itself recognized him. His lungs burned. He needed air. Panic gripped his chest, but then... a voice. Soft as a whisper. Deep as the ocean floor. Breathe, child of the stolen heart. Omari's instincts screamed at him to hold on. But the voice, it was undeniable. So he obeyed. He opened his mouth. Water rushed in. And instead of drowning, he breathed. The ocean filled his lungs, but it did not kill him. It fed him. It became part of him. His eyes fluttered open, and he gasped. He could see. Not with the blurry confusion of a drowning man, but with clarity. The ocean was alive around him. Schools of fish swirled in spirals of silver and gold. Luminescent plants swayed with the currents. The seabed stretched endlessly, deeper than he had ever imagined. And before him stood something ancient. Something powerful. A figure loomed in the water, its body shifting like the tide. Its face was neither man nor beast, but something between. Its eyes, deep, black, and endless, bore into him. Omari knew who this was before it even spoke. The Ocean King. The father of the mermaid his mother had slain. The ruler of the very waters that now cradled Omari. And the being who had waited 18 years to claim him. Omari hovered in the water, frozen beneath the Ocean King's gaze. He did not speak. He did not move. The water itself seemed to pulse with the ruler's breath, the currents rising and falling with each shift of his massive form. "You have come at last," the Ocean King rumbled, his voice vibrating through the water like a distant storm. The child born of betrayal. Omari clenched his fists. "I did not ask to be born." The Ocean King's dark eyes narrowed. "And yet, here you are." A wave of power surged through the water, wrapping around Omari like invisible hands. He felt his body stiffen, held in place by forces beyond his control. The Ocean King swam closer. "Do you know what was stolen from me?" Omari swallowed hard. "Your daughter." The water trembled. The Ocean King's voice darkened. "Say her name." Omari hesitated. He had never known it. His mother had never spoken it. She had only ever called her the Mermaid. The Ocean King's silence was heavy. Then, with the force of a crashing wave, he spoke. Her name was Sephu. Sephu. Omari felt the name settle in his bones. It was a name filled with sorrow. With rage. With power. The name of the sister he never knew. "You want revenge," Omari said. "You want to take me in her place." The Ocean King's gaze bore into him. "Do you think your life is worth hers?" Omari did not answer. Because the truth was, it wasn't. Nothing could ever replace a life stolen. Nothing could ever erase what his mother had done. But Omari was not his mother. And if the ocean wanted vengeance, then he would not fight it. He lifted his chin. "If my life will bring you peace, then take it." Silence. The current stilled. The water around him hushed, waiting for the Ocean King's judgment. And then, the great ruler laughed. A deep, rolling sound that made the sea itself tremble. Omari's stomach twisted. This was not the laughter of a man amused. This was the laughter of a god who had waited too long for this moment. "Foolish child," the Ocean King murmured. "Did you think it would be so simple?" A current surged forward, wrapping around Omari like a noose. "Death is too kind a fate for you." Omari struggled, but the ocean was stronger. The Ocean King leaned close, his voice like a whispering tide. "You are my prisoner now." Then, with a single flick of his hand, Omari was dragged into the abyss. Omari's world turned into a blur of rushing water as the ocean dragged him deeper. He twisted, struggling against the unseen force that bound him, but it was like trying to fight the tide itself. The pressure grew heavier, pressing against his chest, his bones, his very soul. He was no longer falling, he was being claimed. Dark shapes loomed ahead, towering coral structures that pulsed with an eerie blue glow. Strange creatures slithered through the shadows, their eyes glinting like stolen pearls. Omari had never seen this part of the ocean before. This was no ordinary sea. This was a place of forgotten things. And at its center stood a fortress carved from black stone, its walls covered in ancient symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. A city of the deep, untouched by the world above. The Ocean King's voice echoed through the waters. "Welcome to the abyss, child of the stolen heart." Omari was yanked forward, pulled through a grand archway into a vast hall. Giant columns rose toward the surface, disappearing into the endless dark. Schools of fish darted away as he was thrown onto a cold, stone floor. The current released him. For a moment, he simply lay there, catching his breath, his heart hammering in his chest. Then, slowly, he pushed himself up. He was not alone. Figures stood in the shadows, watching him. Some had the bodies of men but the eyes of fish. Others had tails like eels, their skin glowing faintly. They whispered among themselves in a language he could not understand. Omari turned his gaze back to the Ocean King, who loomed above him like a storm waiting to break. "Why bring me here?" Omari asked. "If not for death, then what?" The Ocean King's dark eyes studied him. "You misunderstand, child." His voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Death would be a mercy. But mercy is not what you deserve." He raised a hand. The water around Omari tightened. A sharp pain shot through his chest, his lungs burning as if they were being squeezed from the inside. He gasped, clutching his ribs, but there was no air to take in, only the crushing weight of the ocean's wrath. The Ocean King stepped closer. "Your mother stole a life from me." His voice was calm, but the water trembled with his fury. "She took my daughter, Sephu. And so, I will take something from her." Omari clenched his jaw. "I am not hers to give." The Ocean King's lips curled in something between amusement and scorn. "No, you are not. But that does not change the blood in your veins." He lifted his arm, and the symbols carved into the walls of the fortress began to glow brighter. The water shifted. The air felt thick with something ancient, something powerful. Omari's skin burned. A force unraveled inside him, twisting through his limbs like vines. His breath hitched. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Then, a voice whispered in his mind. "Do not resist." It was not the Ocean King's voice. It was softer, familiar, like a song he had once known but forgotten. For a moment, he thought he saw her. A flicker of silver hair. A pair of deep, sorrowful eyes. Sephu. Then, the pain struck him like a wave crashing against the shore. He cried out, his body arching as something broke free inside him. The water around him exploded. The fortress shook. And Omari. Omari was no longer the same. When the pain finally eased, Omari collapsed onto the stone floor, gasping. His body felt different. Stronger. Lighter. Changed. He slowly pushed himself up, his hands trembling. That was when he saw it. His skin. It was no longer the deep brown of his mother's people. It shimmered now, faintly, like the scales of a fish catching the light. He turned his hands over, horrified. His nails were sharper. His fingers felt longer, webbed slightly at the edges. He looked up at the Ocean King, whose expression was unreadable. "What have you done to me?" The ruler of the sea watched him for a long moment before speaking. "I have returned what was stolen." Omari's heart pounded. "What does that mean?" The Ocean King stepped forward, his presence overwhelming. "You are no longer just your mother's son." His dark eyes gleamed. "You are of the ocean now." Omari's breath caught in his throat. He turned his gaze to the water, to his own reflection. And what stared back was no longer just a prince of Zuma. It was something else entirely. Omari could not move. He could not look away from his reflection, from the shimmering, unnatural sheen of his own skin. His fingers trembled as he traced the faint, iridescent glow that now coated his arms. The webbing between his fingers was barely visible, but it was there. This was not a trick of the water. This was real. "No," he whispered. "This isn't me." The Ocean King remained silent, his gaze heavy with the weight of judgment. Around them, the fortress trembled, as if the very sea itself had stirred at Omari's awakening. The murmurs of the gathered sea dwellers rose like the rolling tide. Some whispered in awe. Others in fear. Omari clenched his fists. "You had no right." The Ocean King's eyes gleamed. "Did your mother have the right when she carved the heart from my daughter's chest?" Omari flinched. The words cut deep. "I am not my mother," he said, voice tight. "I never asked for this. I never asked for any of this." The Ocean King tilted his head. "And yet, the blood in your veins tells a different story." Omari shook his head violently, stepping back, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The water around him felt different now, more alive, like it pulsed with a heartbeat that was not his own. It whispered to him. It called to him. The Ocean King stepped forward. "You have been bound to the sea since the moment of your birth. The moment your mother consumed Sefu's heart, the moment she stole what was never hers to take." Omari's stomach twisted. Sefu's heart. His mother had eaten it. That magic had made him possible. And now the ocean had taken back its claim. His body belonged to the sea. His mind rebelled against the thought, but his soul knew the truth. A shudder ran through him. "What do you want from me?" The Ocean King's expression remained unreadable. "What do you think?" Omari swallowed the lump in his throat. The Ocean King had not bound him here for no reason. There was a purpose to all of this, a purpose Omari feared he already knew. "You want me to serve you," he said, voice barely above a whisper. The Ocean King watched him closely. "I want you to understand." Omari frowned. "Understand what?" The Ocean King raised a hand. And the ocean answered. The fortress melted away. The deep, crushing waters parted, revealing a vision in the currents. Omari's eyes widened as he saw Zuma. His home. Or at least, what was left of it. The Golden City, once so proud, was drowning. Streets once filled with music and laughter were now flooded, waves crashing over rooftops, pulling homes into the abyss. The Grand Palace, where his father ruled, stood battered against the tide. Soldiers stood at the gates, their spears raised in defiance, but the sea was merciless. The ocean had come for them. The ocean had come for him. Omari's breath hitched. "No," he whispered. "His people. His father. His brother." The Ocean King's voice was calm. "You were given to the sea the moment your mother sinned against it. But your people stood by and watched. They did nothing. And now, the debt must be paid." Omari shook his head violently. "This isn't justice. This is slaughter." The Ocean King's gaze did not waver. "Do you think the gods care for fairness? Do you think the ocean has a heart that can forgive?" Omari gritted his teeth. He could feel the ocean's fury, the way it pulsed through his veins, the way it echoed in his bones. He was part of it now. But he was also Zuma's prince. The son of a queen, the blood of a kingdom. He could not let this happen. His people were not innocent, but neither were they monsters. And his brother, the king's second son, the one who had been born without magic, without a curse, he had done nothing wrong. Omari clenched his fists. There has to be another way. The Ocean King's dark eyes flickered with something unreadable. Then find it. A sudden force struck Omari's chest, and the world spun. The fortress, the abyss, the murmuring sea dwellers, everything shattered. And Omari was falling. Falling. Falling back to Zuma. Omari awoke to the sound of screams. He gasped, his lungs suddenly empty, no longer filled with the sea's breath. The air felt wrong against his skin, too dry, too heavy. He coughed violently, rolling onto his side as the world around him spun. Sand. He was lying on sand. The salty scent of the ocean filled his nose, but it was not the welcoming scent of home. It was thick with rot, with ruin. With death. He pushed himself up, his arms shaking beneath him. And then he saw it. Zuma. Or what was left of it. The once proud city was half submerged, entire districts swallowed by the ocean's wrath. The grand marketplace, where traders from distant lands once gathered, was gone. The temples, where elders prayed to the gods for wisdom, lay broken. And in the distance, on the steps of the palace, stood his father. King Toby. A sword in his grip. His golden robes drenched in seawater and blood. And at his feet, Omari's breath caught in his throat. His brother. The young prince lay motionless, his chest barely rising with breath. And standing above him was Naomi. The king's second queen. The one who had always hated Omari. She held a dagger in her hand. And when she turned to look at Omari, her eyes burned with triumph. She had been waiting for him. Omari's breath caught in his throat as he locked eyes with Queen Naomi. She stood over his brother's still form, her dagger gleaming in the flickering torchlight. The sea's rage had not yet swallowed the palace, but it had marked it. The grand pillars, once unshakable, were cracked. The steps were slick with seawater, and the sound of distant screams echoed through the city. But Naomi stood tall, untouched by the ruin around her. Her lips curled into a slow, deliberate smile. So, the ocean decided to return you after all. Omari barely heard her. His gaze was fixed on the frail boy at her feet, his younger brother, Kato. The true-born son of King Toby and the only prince untouched by dark magic. Kato's small chest barely moved. His eyes were half-closed, his skin pale. Omari's hands clenched into fists. What have you done to him? Naomi tilted her head. Me. She let out a soft laugh. Oh, Omari. I did nothing to your brother that the ocean would not have done itself. The gods are simply correcting their mistake. She nudged Kato's body with her foot. The boy let out a weak gasp. Omari saw red. Step away from him. His voice was low, dangerous, unfamiliar even to himself. Naomi's smile widened. And if I don't? The air around Omari shifted. Something deep within him stirred. The ocean. It was still inside him, flowing through his veins, whispering in his mind, waiting. His fingers twitched. Naomi's smile faltered, just for a moment. She sees it. She feels it too. She knows what I am now. King Toby, who had stood frozen until now, finally spoke. His voice was hoarse, broken. Omari. Omari turned to him. His father looked older than he had ever seen him. His once proud posture was slumped. His royal robes were torn, soaked in seawater and blood. And his eyes, those fierce, unshakable eyes that had once ruled Zuma with strength and wisdom, *** were filled with something Omari had never seen before. Fear. Not fear of Naomi. Not fear of the storm. Fear of him. Omari's stomach twisted. Father. But before he could say another word, Naomi moved. Like a serpent striking, she lunged forward, dagger aimed at Kato's throat. Omari reacted. The ocean inside him answered. With a single breath, the air shifted. And then, the water rose. From the cracked palace steps, from the flooded streets below, from the very air itself, water rushed forward. A wave of shimmering, unnatural blue crashed between Naomi and Kato, slamming into the queen's body with impossible force. She screamed. The dagger flew from her hand. She tumbled backward, hitting the stone hard, gasping as the water coiled around her wrists like living chains. Omari barely realized what he had done. The power had moved through him like a second heartbeat, effortless, instinctive. Naomi's body was now bound to the palace floor, held fast by tendrils of seawater that refused to let her go. She gasped for air, eyes wide with shock, then rage. "You," she choked. "You wretched sea child, you dare." Omari took a slow step forward. The ocean in his blood pulsed. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't drown you where you stand." For the first time, Naomi's confidence wavered. For the first time, she felt small. Omari stood over Naomi, his breathing heavy, his body still humming with the remnants of his power. He could end this. Right here. Right now. One thought, one command, and the ocean would take her. She had always despised him. Had always plotted against him. She had hated his mother, had rejoiced when she had fallen from grace. She had used his father's love as a shield and had waited for her moment to strike. And here she was. Trapped. Helpless. At his mercy. She had wanted to kill his brother. And now. Now he had the power to stop her. Forever. The water tightened around her throat. She coughed, her lips parting in a strangled gasp. Omari barely registered the movement. His hands were outstretched, as if pulling invisible strings. His fingers trembled, not with fear, but with power. He could feel the ocean's hunger. It wanted her. It wanted revenge. And for a moment, he wanted to give it. Omari. His father's voice. Omari flinched, his gaze snapping toward King Toby. The old king stared at him, his expression unreadable. Let her go. Omari's chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. His heart thundered. His father still looked afraid of him. But there was something else in his eyes too. A test. A challenge. What kind of prince will you be? Omari looked down at Naomi again. She was gasping now, struggling against the water's hold, but she could not break free. Her once perfect composure was shattered. And for the first time, she was afraid. Omari's fingers curled. The ocean waited. One word. One thought. And she drowns. But then. A weak cough. A small, trembling voice. Brother. Omari's head snapped toward Kato. The boy was awake. Barely. His dark eyes fluttered open, unfocused, filled with pain. But he was alive. Alive. Omari let out a shuddering breath. Then. He released the water. The tendrils unraveled. The ocean retreated. Naomi collapsed, coughing violently, her body shaking. She stared at Omari with wide, hateful eyes, but she did not speak. She had lost. Omari turned away from her. He knelt beside his brother, carefully lifting him into his arms. Kato's body was light, too fragile. He let out a soft, pained breath, barely able to keep his eyes open. Omari held him close. He had saved him. And in doing so, he had made his choice. He was not his mother. He was not a monster. He was Zuma's prince. And the ocean's fury would not decide his fate. Omari held his brother close, his heart still pounding from the power he had just wielded. The ocean had answered him without hesitation, bending to his will like an obedient servant, but it was no servant. He could feel it still, whispering to him, urging him. It was not satisfied. The storm outside raged on, and the waters continued to rise. The palace walls groaned under the weight of the ocean's fury. Zuma was still drowning. This isn't over. King Toby staggered forward, placing a shaking hand on Omari's shoulder. We must leave this place, he said, his voice hoarse. The city, it won't survive much longer. Omari looked around. The grand palace, the heart of Zuma's power, was crumbling. The marble pillars were cracked, water gushing through the broken floors. The once golden throne room was now a ruin, its beauty lost to the wrath of the sea. Omari swallowed hard. The ocean is coming for me. He knew it. Everyone in this palace had stood silent as his mother slaughtered the mermaid. The Ocean King wanted more than a single life in return, he wanted judgment. And if Omari didn't do something soon, Zuma would be swallowed whole. Father, Omari said urgently, take Kato and go. King Toby frowned. What are you talking about? We must all leave. No, Omari's voice was firm. He looked at the king, the men who had raised him, who had once shunned him, who had now seen what he was truly capable of. This storm, it's not just any storm. It won't stop until the Ocean King has what he wants. The old king's expression darkened. He already knew. And what does he want? Omari took a deep breath. Me. The words felt heavy on his tongue, but he knew they were true. King Toby shook his head. No. Omari met his father's eyes. You can't stop this. Naomi, still coughing, let out a low, bitter laugh from the floor. So the ocean finally calls for its child. She wiped blood from her mouth, looking up at him with hatred. Perhaps it should have taken you from the start. Omari ignored her. His mind was racing. If the Ocean King wanted him, then running wasn't an option. I have to go to him. But how? The ocean was everywhere now, but it was wild, untamed. If he went into those waters unprepared, he wouldn't survive. Unless... Omari turned to his father again. The temple. King Toby frowned. What? The temple of Yemija, Omari said. The sacred pool there, it's the only place where the ocean's voice can be heard clearly. If I go there, I can speak to the Ocean King directly. I can reason with him. King Toby hesitated. That temple was abandoned long ago. No one knows if Yemija still listens. Omari clenched his fists. Then I'll make her listen. For a long moment, there was only the sound of the storm. Then, finally, King Toby gave a slow nod. Go. His voice was heavy. But if you do not return, know that you were always my son. Omari's breath caught in his throat. It was the first time his father had ever spoken those words so openly. But there was no time to dwell on it. Omari turned, stepping away from his father and brother, leaving behind the ruins of the palace. The storm howled around him, but he didn't stop. The ocean was calling. And he was ready to answer. The streets of Zuma were nearly unrecognizable. Floodwaters filled the narrow pathways, the once bustling market streets now eerily empty. Boats that had been tied at the docks now drifted freely, some smashed against the remains of buildings. Bodies, some human, some animal, floated in the water, a grim reminder of the ocean's wrath. Omari pushed forward, his feet barely touching the ground as he moved with unnatural speed. The ocean's power was coursing through him, guiding him. The temple of Yemija was outside the main city, nestled within the sacred hills. It had been abandoned for years, ever since the gods had grown silent. But Omari had no choice. He had to believe. By the time he reached the base of the hills, the storm was even worse. Rain lashed at his face, and the ground trembled beneath him. The ocean was angry. Omari forced himself forward, climbing the rocky steps, his muscles burning with exhaustion. The sacred pool lay at the very top, hidden within the temple's ruined walls. As he reached the entrance, he hesitated. If I step inside, there's no turning back. He swallowed his fear. And then he entered. The sacred pool was untouched by the storm. It lay in the center of the temple ruins, glowing with an eerie blue light. The water was still, too still. It was waiting. Omari stepped forward. His reflection wavered beneath him. He took a deep breath. Then, he spoke. "Ocean King, I know you can hear me." His voice echoed through the temple. Silence. Omari's hands clenched into fists. "You've taken enough. Zuma is drowning. My people are dying. I won't let this continue." The water rippled. Then, a voice. "You speak as if you have power over me, child." The words did not come from the water. They came from everywhere. The walls trembled, the air grew heavy, and the water in the pool began to rise. A shape emerged. Tall. Shadowed. Ancient. The Ocean King. His body was made of water, his form shifting like the waves. His eyes glowed like the deepest part of the sea. And when he spoke, his voice was both beautiful and terrible. "Your mother took what was not hers. She spilled royal blood beneath my waves." Omari swallowed hard. "I know. And she paid the price." The Ocean King's eyes narrowed. "Yet the curse remains. And the ocean does not forget." Omari met his gaze. "Then take me. But spare Zuma." A long silence. The Ocean King studied him, his shifting form unreadable. Then, at last, he spoke. "A sacrifice must be made." The temple trembled. The pool darkened. Omari felt a terrible weight press against his chest. The ocean will take what it is owed. The only question is, what will you offer? Omari's heart pounded. He had come here to save Zuma. But now, he had to decide what price he was willing to pay. Omari's breath came in shallow gasps as the Ocean King's words hung in the air. The temple around him groaned as if the very stones understood the weight of the bargain. The sacred pool had grown dark, its glow swallowed by an unseen force. The Ocean King stepped forward, his towering form shifting like a living tide. "You offer yourself, Prince. But the ocean does not accept meaningless sacrifice." Omari clenched his fists. "Then tell me. What must I give to end this?" The Ocean King's gaze bore into him. "The blood of the mother. The one who defied the sea." Omari froze. Soraya. His mother had already suffered. She had lost the king's love. She had been cast aside. She had watched her throne slip through her fingers. And now, the ocean wanted her life. Omari's heart pounded in his chest. Kill my own mother. She had been desperate when she made her choice. She had wanted to give the king a son, to prove her worth. She had gone too far, yes, but she had already paid for it. Hadn't she? Omari looked into the Ocean King's piercing blue eyes. There must be another way. The deity's voice was like the crashing of waves against stone. The ocean's law is older than kings, older than thrones. A life was taken. A life must be given. Omari shook his head. No. There has to be another way. The Ocean King's form rippled, his face unreadable. Then I will take the city. Outside, the winds roared. The temple walls shook violently. Omari could hear the ocean rising, its hunger growing. If he refused, Zuma would drown. His people would perish. Because of his mother's crime. Omari's hands trembled. There has to be another way. And then, a voice. If the ocean wants my life, then let it take me. Omari turned sharply. Soraya stood at the entrance of the temple. She looked different. The proud, regal queen he had once known was gone. In her place stood a woman who had aged beyond her years, her once glorious robes soaked from the storm, her eyes hollow. But her voice was steady. She stepped forward, her gaze never leaving the Ocean King. It was my hand that ended your daughter's life. My hands that tore out her heart. Her lips trembled, but she lifted her chin. If you demand justice, then take it from me. Omari's throat tightened. Mother, no. She looked at him then. Really looked at him. There was no fear in her eyes. Only sorrow. I did this to you. Her voice was soft. I cursed you before you were even born. Omari felt his chest tighten. He had spent his whole life believing he was an outcast. A prince that didn't belong. His mother had done everything, to secure his place in this world. But in doing so, she had doomed them all. Soraya turned back to the Ocean King. I am the one who stole from you. Let the prince live. Let Zuma live. Take only me. The Ocean King was silent for a long time. Then, your sacrifice is accepted. The moment the words were spoken, the sacred pool surged upward, tendrils of water wrapping around Soraya's legs. She gasped, but did not fight. Omari lunged forward. No. There has to be another way. His mother turned to him one last time. And for the first time, she smiled. Be the king Zuma deserves. Then, the water swallowed her whole. The storm ended instantly. The wind stilled. The raging waters receded. The trembling earth grew silent. Omari fell to his knees, staring at the spot where his mother had stood. The sacred pool had returned to its normal, glowing blue. The Ocean King's form began to fade. The debt has been paid. His voice was quieter now, no longer a roar, but a whisper on the wind. The ocean forgets nothing, but today, it forgives. Then, he was gone. Omari remained on his knees, the weight of it all crashing over him. Soraya was gone. Zuma was saved. But at what cost? The journey back to the palace was silent. The floodwaters had begun to retreat, leaving behind destruction and loss. King Toby was waiting. When he saw Omari's face, his expression turned to stone. She's gone. Omari nodded. The old king exhaled slowly. He said nothing. But in that moment, Omari saw something in his father's eyes that he had never seen before. Regret. And for the first time, Omari realized. His mother had not only fought for her own survival. She had fought for his. Days passed. The city mourned its dead. The people rebuilt. And Omari. Omari was crowned king. King Toby had stepped down, his heart heavy with loss. He had no more strength to rule. And so, Omari took the throne. His people whispered about him. The son of the ocean. The prince born from a curse. The king who bargained with the sea. But Omari made a vow that day. Zuma would never forget his mother's sins. But neither would they forget her sacrifice. The ocean had taken its price. Now, it was time for a new king to reign. The crown was heavier than Omari had imagined. Not in weight, but in burden. For weeks, Zuma had been quiet. The people still mourned. The palace halls, once filled with music and laughter, now echoed with whispers of what had happened. The old King Toby rarely spoke. And the ocean. The ocean had been silent. Too silent. Omari stood at the palace balcony, staring at the waters beyond the city walls. The sea had taken its price. His mother was gone. His kingdom had been spared. But something within him refused to rest. The ocean never forgets. And neither did he. A gust of wind carried the scent of salt and something else, something bitter. It stung his nostrils, sent a shiver down his spine. He clenched his jaw. No. It's over. Yet deep in his heart, he knew. The ocean had more to say. It was the fisherman who saw it first. An old man named Dalu, who had spent his life pulling fish from the sea, came running through the city gates, his face twisted with fear. His feet splashed through the puddles left by the floods, his voice rising above the quiet marketplace. The ocean speaks again. People turned. Mothers clutched their children. The memory of the flood was too fresh, too raw. Omari heard the commotion from the palace and rushed to the city square. By the time he arrived, the crowd had gathered around the trembling fisherman. He was kneeling in the mud, his hands shaking as he spoke. I saw them. Spirits, walking on the water. Omari stiffened. Spirits. The fisherman nodded frantically. Not just any spirits. The ones we lost to the flood. A chill ran down Omari's spine. The people gasped. Mothers whispered prayers under their breath. The dead did not return. Unless the ocean called them back. Omari rowed to the shore, his royal guards struggling to keep up. The wind had changed. The once still waves had begun to churn again, restless. And then he saw them. Figures, barely visible in the mist, standing on the water. Some were men, some were women, some were children. Their forms were thin, ghostly, like they were made of the sea itself. And yet, Omari knew them. They were the ones Zuma had lost. The people who had been swallowed by the flood. And at their center, one figure stood taller. A woman with flowing dark hair, her body half shadow, half water. His breath caught. Mother. She lifted her head. And for the first time since the ocean had taken her, Queen Soraya opened her eyes. But they were not her eyes. They were the ocean's. Soraya's lips parted, and when she spoke, it was not her voice. It was something deeper, something endless. The debt is not yet paid. Omari's heart pounded. You said the ocean forgave us. She tilted her head. The ocean does not lie. It forgave. But it did not forget. Behind her, the spirits stood unmoving, eyes hollow, faces unreadable. Omari swallowed hard. What more do you want? Soraya, or whatever now controlled her, smiled. The sea always takes what it is owed. Then, she raised her hand. And the tide rushed forward. The tide surged forward with terrifying speed, swallowing the shore, pulling boats and debris into its churning depths. The people of Zuma screamed, scrambling back toward the city gates. The guards, armed with spears, formed a defensive line, but against what? Against water. Against ghosts. Omari did not move. He stood firm as the waves licked at his feet, his eyes locked onto the figure that had once been his mother. You have taken your price, he said, his voice steady despite the storm inside him. What more does the ocean demand? Soraya's ocean blue eyes gleamed, her expression unreadable. The wind whipped her dark hair wildly around her face, and when she spoke, the voice that emerged was not hers alone, it was layered, ancient, echoing like the depths of the sea itself. The child. The words struck like lightning. Omari's blood turned to ice. What child? Soraya took a step forward, her bare feet leaving ripples on the water's surface. The child born from the true queen. The child that was not cursed. Omari's breath caught in his throat. She meant Naomi's child. The unborn heir growing within her. Inside the palace, Queen Naomi stood at the highest tower, her hands pressed against the cold stone as she watched the ocean rage. Her heart pounded. She could feel it. The pull of something dark, something ancient. She was no fool. She had seen the way the elders had looked at Omari when he took the throne. They whispered behind closed doors. Some still believed he should not be king, that the throne should pass to a child born without a curse. A child born from her. Now, the ocean itself demanded her child. Naomi placed a protective hand over her belly. Never. She turned sharply, calling for her handmaidens. Prepare my horse. I ride to the shore. The servants hesitated. My queen, it is dangerous. Now. Naomi did not intend to sit idle while the sea gods decided her fate. If the ocean wanted her child, it would have to fight her for it. Omari clenched his fists. You cannot have Naomi's child. The storm raged harder, as if the sea itself had been insulted. Soraya's face remained impassive. The ocean does not bargain, my son. He took a step forward, his feet sinking into the wet sand. Neither do I. Soraya's head tilted slightly, the way a predator might examine prey. You believe yourself strong enough to deny the sea. Omari's jaw tightened. I am king of Zuma. And I am its past. Soraya raised her hands, and the spirits behind her began to move. The lost souls of Zuma, men, women, children, stepped forward. Their eyes were hollow, their bodies shifting between mist and water. Omari's heart pounded. He could not fight the dead. But he could not surrender, either. A sharp cry echoed behind him. He turned. Naomi had arrived. Naomi dismounted her horse with a grace that belied her fear. Her long red robes billowed in the sea wind as she marched toward Omari, her eyes blazing. What is happening? She demanded. Omari barely had time to process her presence before Soraya's gaze shifted to Naomi. For a long, agonizing moment, mother and queen regarded one another. Then, Soraya spoke. You carry a child untouched by the curse. Naomi's hand went to her belly. She took a deep breath. Yes. And I will not give it to you. Soraya stepped forward. The waves followed her, curling around Naomi's feet, but she did not flinch. Omari's breath caught. Would the ocean strike her down? Then, Soraya did something unexpected. She smiled. Not in triumph, but in sorrow. It was never about the child, she whispered. Omari frowned. What? Soraya's face twisted. For a moment, just a moment, he saw his mother again. Not a spirit, not a vengeful queen, but a woman weighed down by choices she could not undo. The ocean did not demand your child's life, she said. It demanded your love. Omari's breath caught. The pieces clicked into place. The ocean had taken Soraya's life. But that had not been enough. Because Omari had let her go without a fight. He had accepted her sacrifice without question. And now, the ocean had come to test his heart. Would he let another mother be taken? Would he repeat the same mistake? Omari turned to Naomi. Her eyes were locked onto Soraya's, defiant and unshaken. Then, without a word, he stepped between them. No more. Soraya's eyes darkened. You would defy me? Omari clenched his jaw. I would defy the ocean itself. Thunder roared. The spirits wavered. And then, the ocean began to retreat. Soraya looked at him, truly looked at him. The rage in her eyes flickered, dimmed. And then, she whispered, finally, you understand. The ocean stilled. The spirits faded like mist in the morning sun. And Soraya. She turned away, walking into the waves, her form dissolving with every step. Omari's chest heaved. He had not won by force. He had won by choosing love. By choosing to fight for the ones who remained. And the ocean. At last, it had been satisfied. For now. The waves grew calm. The wind, once howling in rage, softened into a whisper. The spirits that had walked upon the sea faded like mist in the morning sun. And Soraya. She took one last glance at Omari, her expression unreadable. Then, without another word, she stepped backward into the water, her body dissolving into foam, merging with the tide. The ocean, at last, had let her go. Omari stood frozen, his chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. His heart ached, but for the first time, it was not with fear or guilt, it was with peace. Naomi reached for his hand, her grip warm and steady. He turned to her, seeing the fire in her eyes, the strength of a woman who had stood unshaken even when the ocean itself had come for her child. And for the first time since the storm began, Omari smiled. The days that followed were filled with whispers. The people of Zuma had seen the spirits. They had heard the ocean speak. Some feared another storm, others knelt at the shore, offering prayers to the sea. But no floods came. No curses fell upon the land. The ocean had relented. And so, the people turned their eyes to the palace, toward their king and queen, toward the child who would soon be born. Omari gathered the elders, the warriors, the fishermen. Zuma has seen enough fear, he declared. It is time to build, not mourn. And so, Zuma was rebuilt. The flooded streets were cleared. Homes were restored. The grand walls that had once protected them were strengthened, not with stone alone, but with unity. For the first time in generations, Zuma was not ruled by fear of the sea. It was ruled by hope. The day finally came. The palace was filled with anticipation, the air thick with tension and excitement. Midwives rushed in and out of Naomi's chambers, whispering words of encouragement as the queen fought through the final moments of labor. Omari paced outside, his fists clenched, his heart pounding. Then, a cry. Clear, strong, alive. The doors opened, and an elder woman stepped out, smiling. It is done. Omari stepped inside. There, in Naomi's arms, wrapped in soft linen, was their son. His tiny hands curled into fists, his chest rising and falling with steady breaths. His skin was smooth and warm, his dark eyes filled with life. Omari knelt beside Naomi, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. "You are the strongest woman I have ever known." Naomi smiled weakly. "And you, Omari, are the king our people need." They looked down at their son. A child born without curses. A child untouched by dark magic. A child of hope. Omari exhaled, pressing a hand to his son's small chest. "He shall be named Jabari." A name that meant, the fearless one. The ocean had tested them. The past had tried to claim them. But here, in the quiet light of morning, a new era had begun. And for the first time in his life, Omari knew the curse was finally broken. Far beyond the shores of Zuma, the waves rolled gently under the moonlight. No storms raged. No spirits stirred. But deep in the water, where the sunlight could not reach, something ancient watched. It had taken its price. It had tested their hearts. And it had found its answer. For now, the ocean was at peace. For now.